Hey everyone, it's Veroosh. Welcome to my channel. We're going to do the all sign reading for the rest of the year today. This is a reading that members have already seen, but this will be new to people who don't have a membership, so I hope you enjoy it. Now, I made a mistake with this reading because I already did a rest of 2021 love that is in your individual sign playlist. The reason I made a mistake is I figured out a cool way for us to do readings that I hope you enjoy. Each sign will get 3 or 4 questions answered at random for different love situations, and I will do a general overview tarot reading for singles and couples for every sign. I was so excited when I figured out this style that I forgot I had done this already. So I hope you don't mind the extra information, and I hope you enjoy the video. Alongside this reading, we are going to do an astrology video. It was supposed to be a part of this video, but it is going to be long and detailed. So I'm going to make it a separate video that I'll post in the next few days. Many of you had questions about what the rest of 2021 will be like and what to focus on. So we can tie in love with the general energies and talk about the astrology that way. But I didn't want to keep you guys waiting rest of 2021 love. And so I want to publish this video for you today. My site is still down. It's probably going to be down until the end of the year, so sorry to repeat myself. But if you want a New Year's reading, get it now through the link I provide in the comments and in the description. Don't use any other links but ones provided by my account. I've heard of a lot of scams. I had a scam on my Instagram, and so you want to make sure that you're getting a reading with me. Just so you know, I have a longer-ish turnaround time for new customers. I really do the consultations as a cornerstone of my practice. And so in order to provide everyone with appropriate quality of consultation, I keep the turnaround at a moderate pace. Anyway, because the new year is coming up pretty soon, I don't want to scare anybody. We are now booking into February for the consultations. Now, those of you who are getting this new year consultation or would like one with me, I would suggest you get it now. I will be working through everything through the new year, and I'll try to get the consultations out faster than the timeline that I just mentioned. But if you would like to get an overview with me, then go to the link right now. Okay, so I think that's all for today, and this is an all sign reading, but it is one that comprises of full-length videos that the members already saw. And so please go watch the video for your sun, moon, and rising for the rest of 2021 love messages. Thank you. Hi Aries, how's it going? My name is Veroosh. This is your reading for the rest of the year in love. I realized that I did a second video on this topic. I didn't do that on purpose. I just figured out what we're doing today and I was excited to share it with you. So here it is. Members, you get to see this first, and I will post it to everyone else later. So thank you, members, for sponsoring this video. First of all, we're going to take an overview of the next 3 or 4 months. Your first energy is the 8 of Water. This is the Dreams of Gaia Tarot. So it has slightly different associations than a regular tarot card. If you see a little dirt underneath my nail, it's gardening harvest season, so I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep them clean, but there's always something to do. Then we have number 1, the Child. We have Love. Excuse me, my throat is a little clogged up, but I'm not sick. Excuse me. And then we have the 10 of Air. This is not like the 10 of Swords, although it's sort of a higher octave of the 10 of Swords. You can see it's very beautiful. And then we have number 20, excuse me, we have number 14. This is not Temperance. This is another card of understanding and release. Okay, Excuse me. So let's take a look at the cards. First off, I have a feeling that at this time you are releasing a lot of negative energy. A lot of things that you felt bad about before no longer matter to you, and you are going to be feeling lighter than ever about your circumstances. If you feel very pressed towards someone, like someone really gets under your skin, or a situation is hard for you to deal with, that too will resolve at this time. So at this time, you will kind of release and become less attached to any energies that you feel obligated towards. So if it does not sit with you well, or if it's not what you truly want from the get-go, it's not going to fly with you for the next few months. There is a new beginning for many Aries. This means this could be the birth of a child or the conception of a child. This could be some other new beginning of a new journey or a new direction. So you will be taking some new direction in life that's hopeful and exciting and a departure from what you know. You may be learning new things at this time, or you may be in a new environment with new people. I think that it's a lot to do with a new environment with new people for many of you. I feel like there is a big release of attachments to the past. I'm picking up on the fact that many of you have had responsibilities kind of carry with you or continue with you for a very long time. And so now you are independent, Miss Independent, hey, Miss Self-Sufficient, and going forward. And so you are creating for yourself the opportunity for new relationships and new interactions. Then we have love here right at the center. I feel as though something is pulling your heart in a very specific direction this fall. And so don't be too overly controlling of where things are taking you. You're going in a specific direction that is meant for you. It's your destiny, or it's something important. Now, many different people have different ways of looking at metaphysics, past lives, and so forth. And I believe that in terms of like future predestination of things, there are significant events ahead of us that are marker points that we meet and that we move forward towards. And so not every event in our life is deeply karmically significant. They all sort of resonate somewhere, but some events in our lives are meant to happen. And so, certain births, certain deaths, certain transformations are just things that may modify somewhat in the way that they materialize, the way they happen, but they're always going to be there, often similar times and so forth. So I think that you're being guided towards a new direction like this. There's a significant event for you ahead of you that is important. You're going to meet someone. You're going to meet someone, I think, or have some very significant encounter with something you don't know already. And so you're being guided towards this. Some of the things happening around you may not be making sense in terms of things that are pulling you in a specific direction and encouraging you a specific way to go. And this is you saying goodbye. There will be an event this fall. There are a couple eclipses right at the end of the year. And you will be saying goodbye to certain things in your life forever. Some things that are no longer working for you are out the door, and they're a part of the past. So you may have some event come up that is going to be terminal in nature, but I think that even at this point in the summertime, when I'm reading at the end of August, you already know that this situation is unworkable, this friendship is unworkable, this relationship is unworkable, or this space that you're in is unworkable. And so you will be saying goodbye. I feel as though many of you are in relationships out of obligation, and Aries is actually very loyal. So you may be very obligated towards someone or something. But I think that you're coming to terms with the fact that it's a no-go direction. So you are going a different direction now. And then we have number 14. And I think this goes hand in hand with the next two cards. This is how the past is affecting you now. So you're already probably in this headspace. These are the two more forward-looking cards. And so as you close down a situation, there's already other dynamics that are already around you, waiting for your attention and wanting your presence. And so you're being guided towards those. Okay, so the way today's reading works is that I'm going to pick 3 cards. Taurus got 5. I'm going to pick 3 cards. There are 3 different types of relationship readings, and we are going to do them. At the end of the video, I'm going to do a collective message in love. So you want to stick around. And if the 3 questions that I'm answering today are not resonant, then maybe there's an answer for you in the general reading. Okay, so our first question is, and if you've watched the other videos, I was swapping up decks. I'm kind of past that point. I'm trying to finish this series for you guys. So we'll just stick to one deck for now. So your question is, what will a relationship be like with this person? So in other words, if you are interested in someone, if there's someone specific that's on your mind, we are going to see what a relationship would be like with that person if you were with them. Okay, so if you don't have someone in your mind that you are wondering about, then this is not a message for you. You can jump ahead to the next part of the video. Or this card kind of came out. It's the King of Cups. So definitely an openness, and look, the devil right on the bottom. Unless you're dealing with a Capricorn, beware. That's not necessarily, that's secrets. There's stuff going on there. Okay, so if you have a person in mind, Aries, that you're wondering about what would a relationship be like with this person, or if you're cross-watching for Aries, maybe this is some insight for you. So, okay, 2 cards at first. So I feel like this person is very hardworking and very dedicated to their work. They put a lot of time and effort into their work, and they may not be around so much at first. So you may be getting mixed messages from this person because they are actually putting in a lot of work into what they are doing. Then we have the 4 of Cups. I'll put 3 cards first and then really get into it. I have a feeling that this person would kind of come through in a very gentle way at first. I feel like if they may kind of casually offer things as opposed to be very intense up front. I also feel as though the Queen of Cups could represent the female in the relationship who is actually reaching out a lot to the other person to get their attention. So there's feelings that are being observed. She may also be observing them at work. So if the person you're interested in is someone that you know from them at work, then maybe this message is particularly for you. But I get the sense that this Queen of Cups is reaching out, yearning, waiting for this person to catch on, waiting for them to pay attention. And in a relationship, she may be the one who's instigating contact a bit more. This person feels very drawn in and focused on their goals. It's not necessarily that they don't want a relationship, but they're doing something that's very intensive for them at this time. The next message is the Sun, okay? And so they're very happy with where they are in life. We have the Wheel of Fortune. I'm also getting the fact that this person would be, this isn't like them making money for themselves and hoarding it. They fully intend on sharing it and being generous with other people. So this person isn't working necessarily even in a materialistic sense. What's driving them is an interest. I feel something like it could be somebody who does a lot of research, somebody who's at a university program, graduate program, working on something. And so they're very honed in on whatever they're doing. And then we have the 5 of Pentacles. So there is a feeling here that the Queen of Cups. Now, this could be you or the other person. If they are a water sign, then it's probably them. But the Queen of Cups could be feeling isolated because of one of the people's deep attention to work. Their commitment to work overshadows the relationship, and they may not be necessarily as forward in the relationship because they're focused on other things. But their effort is going to yield a really wonderful reward. The other thing that I got from this message is that the money that they're making or the success that they're growing is meant to empower their family and friends. So the goal of the business, the work that they're doing, the education they're getting is not for self-serving. And I do feel as though if you are in a relationship with this person wants a family, this person wants to be with other people, this person wants to be the helper of others. So this could be you as well, where you're very focused on work. If that resonates for you, please go with that. But I do feel as though that the Queen of Cups, there's an emotional partner and they really want a lot of attention, or maybe not even a lot of attention, but one of the people is very deeply invested in their work or what they're doing, and they're not necessarily the easiest to get attention from. However, their intentions are pure and genuine. Okay, so that's our first reading. That's how it goes. And then we're going to do 2 more questions. And if you want to watch for your sun, moon, and rising, maybe there's other questions there for those. So we have a couple's message. Okay, so if you're in a couple, let's see what kind of message is for you. We had the King of Pentacles just flip over. So maybe that's a message for some of you. That represents a Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn, and possibly Sagittarius or Aries. Okay, Aries, there we go, the Emperor. So I feel as though somebody has been working on themselves quite a lot, working on through issues. It could be everything from substance abuse to psychological issues, relearning relationships and so forth. And that has put an end on a relationship. And a delay, sorry. I don't mean to trigger anyone, but they are coming right back. So if you're in the situation where one person has pulled away to work on other things or to fix their life especially, they're coming back in, but there's delays for them to do that. There's a full intention for love in a relationship in this connection. Or if you're with a partner already, they may have pulled back to work on themselves a bit more. And so that reconnection point is a little bit slow at this time, but it is coming. Then we have the 6 of Wands. There's definitely a personal victory for one or both partners here, and it has to do with overcoming adversity in their life. So whatever they have been going through that has been of a difficult nature, that adversity is being worked through and they're persevering and rising up above it. Then we have the 8 of Rods, Mercury in Sagittarius, and the 10 of Swords, Sun in Gemini. Okay, so I feel as though that there's a lot of waiting here. This could actually be you, Aries, wait, and the Emperors, or maybe you're the Emperor here. That's your card. So one of the people, the masculine or the Aries person, is waiting. They've been waiting a long time, and there is some indication here that one person is giving up hope that the relationship will work, or maybe they've waited so long that they are giving up hope. But look, we have the 8 of Rods coming in. There's going to be messages of encouragement, and things are not as bad as they seem. It really feels as though it's a great victory that's coming, but one of the people involved possibly has been waiting for so long that they are having a hard time seeing it, right? Or maybe they don't get it. Maybe it's, you know, the delays that are, these last delays in this last phase of things are making them feel as though everything's not going to work out in the right way. I feel as though one person is bringing to the other person a very positive message, one of encouragement, one of having come to terms with certain things, figuring things out. There's a big energy here of, you know, hey, I got it. I figured it out. I figured out what the situation is. If we're talking about people within a relationship right now, it could have been a problem that one person had to take some time to figure out. It could have been a problem that they were having individually or with the relationship. But I feel like it's a big success that they have persevered through whatever it is that they have persevered through. There's a great energy here of victory and success and triumph and overcoming adversity, overcoming, you know, all those things that that were keeping one or both of you down. For some of you, I feel like there are financial things going on here. So it's things that maybe not everyone in this situation has a lot of financial resources. So it's a bit of like you're up against a lot of things, and so money is a factor, a limiting factor. So someone had to maybe make money or get stabilized financially, and so that's coming now. But someone actually really did believe, and it could be you, Aries, that everything was over or that it had gone to the dogs, so to speak. But I think you might get very pleasantly surprised. Also very true if you're dealing with somebody who has Sun in Gemini. That's this card here. So there's some good news from a person with Sun in Gemini. That's not true for everyone, but it might be true for you. Here is the next question, the last question for today. Will this relationship last? Ooh, Aries is in a relationship. They're asking all the big questions. Okay, so let's see what's going on. And remember, I'm doing a general reading for singles and couples in right after this. Okay, so here is the next message. We have the Lovers, okay? And then we have the Knight of Swords, Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra. And then we have the Five of Cups. Well, definitely one person is dealing with some disappointment or has some disappointment in their heart. They're looking at something and they feel that it hasn't worked out very well. This very well could be to do with something in the past that they're still holding on to. It's more of the masculine energy, and especially if you're dealing with a Gemini, Sun, Moon, or Rising, because this is the Gemini card. We have the Ace of Pentacles, okay? And then we have the Page of Cups, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. And then we have the Queen of Cups, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. Those are general overviews. I feel like somebody is at first putting up a lot of resistance. They are seeing blood. You can see this is one of the most graphic Knight of Swords cards. There's blood everywhere on this card. Not in a too hot for YouTube way, but it is kind of intense. And so I think that there's a lot of defensiveness about this card. So one of the people is being very defensive. They don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. And so there has been a time possibly in which somebody has been pushed away and pushed off, but something is changing. Either someone in their family or in their situation is giving them some insight, some powerful ways of looking at things that have happened that are sparking up new feelings, or they have in some way brought into their life a new financial beginning, a new breakthrough. But I think that what has become so cold and so shut down actually has new things coming, and there's going to be a very big cathartic moment in which all the hurt, all the bad feelings that have been going on are going to be resolved, and there is going to be a moment in which both people who are in this relationship are just going to melt into very intense feelings. If you're wondering about what time of year that may happen soon, because Venus will move into Scorpio in about the second week of September. So it's right around the door. Until then, we have a very airy, earthy energy with not too much water, which represents emotions. And so what this looks to me like is a big emotional release, which would coincide with that Scorpio transit and everything that follows that. So anything from mid-September until late November. You're looking at Scorpio transits then. And so these cards are in line with that. So what could feel like it's dead, what could feel like it's cold and unyielding, could have a very brisk turnaround at the call of a friend, at the initiation of one person. So bright times ahead for you, Aries. Okay, so why don't we take a look at our general reading. General reading for Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Let's have a look and see. Singles and couples, just very similar to the first cards I drew. Okay, so first card is the Magician. Very good. So you are the maker of your destiny. You know that Mars and the Sun rule Aries. And so it's really Mars is the ruler, but Sun is kind of the very complementary placement for Aries. And so the Magician can be resonant for many signs, including yours. And so to me, this signifies that you have a lot of power in the next 4 months to really shape your destiny and the direction that you're going. The other thing that I'm picking up from the Magician, this may be different than other people's interpretations, but when I see the Magician, to me, it always signifies a person of interest who may be interested in the querent, in the person I'm reading for. So there may be someone who is around who has, you know, love feelings or some other, like a strong intention to make an advance towards another person. You may be already in this relationship with this person, but that's what the Magician means. We have the Page of Swords, Gemini, Aquarius, Libra, Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn. That's that earth air energy I was describing in late August and early September. I feel as though there's going to be very bright conversations that happen in your life. There's going to be a lot of exploration of feelings and ideas. I feel like this is a meeting of the hearts where people really share ideas, start new beginnings. They have these powerful moments of catharsis, and like you feel this, finding in each other the energy of how the other person feels. It's a very, very heart-to-heart conversation. The next message is the Six of Pentacles, Moon in Taurus energy. There's definitely somebody who is speaking with possibly people around you in a positive way because they want to make some kind of advance towards you. They may be, if it's your partner, they may want to buy you something very nice. And there's a lot of, conversations. If it's your birthday that's coming up, if you're not a Sun in Aries, or if you have like some other, if it's your birthday in the last part of the year, then maybe this is like a friends talking to your boyfriend about your birthday party. So there's a lot of like conversations being said, all of a positive nature. Then we have the Six of Swords, moving on from certain things. You have a general letting go energy. There are new relationships ahead of you that you're meant to explore this fall. So friends and networks, maybe one person who is a particular connector for you is introducing you to these other people. Then we have the Five of Swords. Okay, so there is going to be a lot of conversations that you will be having in the fall about the past. You will be telling these new people about what happened, how it made you feel, and saying goodbye to some things that you can't control. For some of you, you're saying goodbye to the Magician, and it would be like an ex-partner, an ex-husband, an ex-wife, and somebody who has a strong presence in your life and exerts a lot of control in it. You may be talking to these, finally have some new friends or some new connections to talk about this loss with and to kind of settle it within your heart. So if you're fine about your past relationships and you're single and happy, congratulations. This is the message for someone who is feeling like they haven't had the person to talk to, anyone to talk to about what's happened. And so a relationship has stayed with them and festered. And these new relationships are providing for them an opportunity to talk about what happened and say goodbye to the past. You have new friends and new allies, Aries, to look forward to. Okay, the very nice energy. Then we have the star next. The star. That's Aquarian energy. I'm getting a lot for you that is of air elements. So Libra, Aquarius, or Gemini. All coming through very strong. This is also Gemini. So for you, that showed up a couple times in the question reading. So I wouldn't put it past that. But if you're wondering, this person, we were seeing there was a very faded connection. Well, here it comes. You're meant to meet someone who's very important. They will be marked by generosity. Now, generosity can look like, hey, can I buy you a cup of coffee, or something else that's nominal to give someone some positivity, so give them some good energy. So that might be happening for you. Then we have the Seven of Wands, which is you sticking up for yourself. I sense that for many of you, there's been a silence that you have been living under. You have been silently living and carrying your burden. It was not a suitable situation for you to talk about things, or your relationship pulled you away from other contacts, other people you could talk to, or maybe you were surrounded by their family and so you couldn't really talk about things. And so you've quietly, many of you may have made your determinations privately about your circumstances in terms of love. And so this Seven of Wands to me is like the final, like you've persevered through the imposition of that type of energy, and now you're finally letting go. So it's like quietly sitting there hoping it'll work out, and then ultimately moving on. And what I really see is this movement towards this Page of Swords and this Page of Cups, new people, new connections. And we have this Hierophant, which is Taurus. You're getting quite a bit of Taurus energy, Aries. Now this could give us a timeline for May next year, April, May next year, as your big kind of perseverance. But this can also mean that there's a very quick push to pull you in a new direction. There could be a very unexpected wedding that's happening as you're being kind of elope, kind of pulled away and taken in a new direction. Things could move very quickly for you this fall towards a more stable connection. The main thing that I get from you is, whether this is for romance, friendship, or what hell, family stuff, not sure. It doesn't really matter. What I see is you're leaving a place in which there was deafness there. There was, your feelings fell on deaf ears. People were not paying attention until it's too late. And now you're leaving and you're vibing with these new energies, these new frequencies, these new people, and you're building relationships with them. So that's very exciting. I'm happy for you. On the bottom again, Six of Success, success, success. Overcoming things, persevering, moving forward towards better things, and overcoming stress. There could be a person who's a catalyst for this. This is showing up again. A catalyst is very important. Be very mindful of your communities and be very open to building communities with worthy people, okay? So I hope you enjoyed this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to make the energy real, and I'll be back shortly with more videos. Thank you. Bye. Hi Taurus, thank you for joining me and welcome to my channel. It's your reading for love for the rest of the year. Now, I didn't realize that I had done this reading before, but I guess 2 readings isn't bad, is it? About love especially. So the reason I'm doing this reading is that I figured out a cool reading style that I wanted to share with you. And so we're going to do that today. So there's another love reading for Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Members also, I will be posting more videos for members soon, so check back, check often. They're all on your Taurus playlist for members and non-members. let's start with 5 cards to see what the overall energy is for love for Taurus. So we have the 5 of Earth. So you've been swindled or have been in an environment that was not feeling safe. So you were either around people who were dishonest, which made you question other people, like, you know, from the amount of dishonesty that you were around made you question the outside world, or you were directly interacting with someone who was dishonest. This is now in the past. We have the 8 of Cups here. And so I feel as though you've worked through, like, I really feel like you were stuck under the influence of this type of energy, and it took a while to work through the feelings associated with it. Like, it really brought you down, or it really harped down on you, made you feel worse about yourself. I'm going to pull the next 2 cards, but let's do them in order, because I just turned them over together. So we have the 11 of Fire, which is like the Page of Wands. And then we have the Child card, which is unique to this deck. This is the Dreams of Gaia Tarot, a beautiful deck. I feel as though you have really switched your environment in the last while. A departure from the past. I have to clear my throat, but I'm fine. I'm not sick. It's just a little coffee ground went in there. Excuse me. So yeah, I think that you've been in a process of switching your orientation, in which direction you are going, what direction you want to interact with. There's new beginnings for you up ahead. There's a real desire to step away from swindlers, cheaters, liars. I feel like at this time, I think a situation really bogged you down a lot, Taurus. It was the people you were around were dishonest, and before you knew it, you were in the middle of things with them. And whether you had a direct confrontation with them or they were rubbing off on you, it just took a lot of effort to help you get away from that mentality, get away from that energy. So now you're moving forward, and you can't even think of, you know, going towards them ever again or anything similar. Then we have the 10 of Air. I think that you've really come to terms or to a completion point with regard to a certain type of energy. This is what this is talking about. What's done is done. What's in the past is in the past. I think you really disliked being in that situation or being around those types of people. And now, excuse me, and now you're moving forward in a good direction, and you're very, very excited about what's up ahead. There's new adventure ahead. It'll be different for all of you, but this is all a signal that the rest of the year will be you just getting away from anything that has that kind of energy, that kind of frequency. So what I want to do is pick a few readings for you guys. Let's do 5 today. I don't remember how many I've done for everybody else. So this was my great idea. And these cards have questions on them that pertain to different types of relationship situations. And so I'm going to take a look through each one and give you an answer. So if your situation is there, then this card is going to answer it for you. So let's start with the first one I picked first. So if you have been recently single in a year, in the last year, this message is for you. So, and I also have the Romance Angels. I also, if you have been watching the other videos, will not switch decks so much. It's just annoying and crazy making. At the end of the video, I'll have a general message for everyone as well. Okay, so recently single Tauruses, let's see what's up. So we have 10 of Wands. I just feel like many of you have been left with a lot of burdens from other people, like things that to take care of, things that they didn't do that you have to take care of. Then we have the Devil, which is the Capricorn energy. Last winter was a difficult time for you, in which you were really working through a lot of consequences. They could have been emotional, or they could have been physical. So this is more the physical, this is more the emotional, like somebody really messed with your head. And it's taken a really long time for a new beginning for you. I think that has to do with the level of toxicity that you were exposed to in your environment. Then we have the Justice card, which is Libra. Now this is more forward looking. I think that many of you have really taken your time to get over whatever kind of mess you had been involved in. Then we have the Empress. That's your ruler. Remember, we switched your card for this one sometimes. So Empress can be Taurus and Death card can be Scorpio. Just as a reminder that the nodes are switching in December to the North Node in your sign, which will be very significant for you, and I'll talk about that later, and South Node in Scorpio. So I feel like there's going to be a fundamental change and transformation that's happening around you now. You're changing very much as a person. There could be some kind of new relationship that you are around. Now, this does not have to be a romantic relationship, but you're around someone a lot who in some way is helping you to transform or is a complement to your transformation. So you're going definitely in a new direction, moving from being bogged down. There was so many little things that were keeping you down, that were keeping you hostage, that were keeping you from moving forward with things. And so now things have clarified. If there's been legal matters, those have been resolved, and you're moving forward in a new direction. I do want to give you guys a romance card since it's a love readings for every single question. So if you are recently single, religious factors, your love life is influenced by your religious upbringing and spiritual path. I have a really strong feeling many of you have either shifted religions or shifted your relationship to religions. I feel like many of you have, or many of us, including myself, have really stepped away from religion as an organized system. And I think that whether or not, how do you say this, whether or not you have been involved in religion directly or not, this is a time in which you say to yourself, like, I haven't actually believed certain things in a long time. So the performative aspect is being replaced. So you're coming to terms with your true beliefs. And I think that you see that, you know, through like these performative actions of things that we don't truly believe, especially around religion, it feels like many of you have, that was how you got wound up in this kind of like allowing yourself to be gaslit or gaslighting yourself in a situation to be on common ground with others or in agreement with others. You participated in relationships that were not good for you. And so now it's just, you're stepping into reality with like full authenticity about how you feel about yourself. And so you're really in an explorative phase at this time in which you're trying to find other people, how do you say, like other people who think the same way as you do, you know, because you've been telling yourself to be around people who don't really think the same way as you do. Okay, so that's for singles. That's 1 year single, ready to mingle. I think you're gonna get way more cards than everybody else, but that's okay. That's okay. Okay, so next reading, let's just go from the top up. Okay, so if you're in an on again, off again relationship, this includes a situationship, but if you are on again, off again with your partner, I'm going to switch between two decks, the Morgan Greer and my deck for these. Okay, so 6 cards for you guys. We have, oh, and the 3 of Wands. So I'll take it in the reverse, but I'll switch the deck. I picked up the deck in the reverse, but let's take that as a message. 3 of Wands in the reverse, 9 of Pentacles. And then we have the Queen of Swords, Gemini, Aquarius, Libra, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. Those are just general guides. Il Papa, which is Taurus, your sign. And you think that something is, you had been waiting for something to come about, but I feel like you were, yeah, I think you're coming into, okay, so you've been waiting for something to come about, but it didn't come out in the way that you had hoped, Taurus. And so, but in the meantime, you've been very lucky, or very good energy is entering your life. We have the 9 of Pentacles, the Sun, the Hierophant, and the Chariot. There's a massive overcoming and prosperity that is coming through in your life. I think that's something that you had been waiting on is not like coming into fruition, but what's coming in is like prosperity, abundance, growth. A lot of positive energy is coming your way. And I think that you're coming to realize that you have been focusing on the wrong thing with this person. And maybe there was like sometimes we're non-committal when there's another reason for it. So sometimes we choose situations that aren't adding up because there's another motivating factor that prevents us from wanting that relationship, so, or a real relationship. So maybe you don't want to come to terms with the fact you don't really want a serious relationship, so an off again, on again thing might be easier. I really feel like you're truly realizing why you've been waiting for something that hasn't come through. And I think that in the meantime, really good things have happened for you, and now you're moving forward towards success. So it's a different route. This Queen of Swords is a part of this. Either it's a friend who's coming in with positive energy towards you. It's someone who's helping to motivate you, inspire you in some way. But there's definitely this point of inspiration, insight, and light coming into your life through the rest of the year. Okay, so let's pick a romance card. Let go of control issues. Allow this situation to unfold naturally. So I think that you've been doing the like sitting there and waiting for someone to come through and be with you sort of situation. So I think that you've been kind of fooling yourself a little bit with what that situation can offer. And I think that part of it has to do with like stop focusing on it, start focusing on abundance in your life. And in many cases, there's going to be a positive resolution to this. There's going to be a positive outcome. Regardless of what happens, there's going to be an overcoming of the energy of stagnation in your life. So whatever has been causing that stagnation is going to be released and removed at this time. Okay, so now let's switch to the next question. The next question is, we have, what are they saying behind your back? So if you're wondering what your love interest or someone is saying behind your back, let's take a look at your cards. Okay, so what are they saying? We have the Six of Wands. Okay, we have the Ace of Pentacles. Ooh. And then we have the Wheel of Fortune. Well, they're definitely saying that you're very successful. So they're saying that they see in you a lot of potential, like you're going to go very far in life. And then we have the King of Pentacles, Virgo, Taurus, that's you, or Capricorn energy. Then we have the Knight of Pentacles. They say that you have a lot in common with them in terms of your goals and the desires that you have in life. And then we have the Fool, which is Uranus, which is currently in Taurus. So I feel as though, you know, for some of you, they may have said that you had stepped away from this situation from them to pursue other goals. So maybe some of them are saying that, especially in separation. There's a possibility here that they had said that you were like going in a specific direction that you want to pursue, or maybe this is what they needed to do. But they see you as extremely successful and prosperous. They see you as you on a new beginning. And I feel as though you're beginning something new. You're getting your feet wet in something else. They see that. And I think that they see you as having overcome certain challenges that have allowed this new beginning for you in your life. Let's see the next cards, which is the Romance Angels. Let's pick a card from that. We have the Let Go of Control Issues, allow the situation unfold naturally. So this person has a generally positive thing to say about you. I feel like in some circumstances, they could be making you sound like you are very like career driven and push people aside for your goals at this time. So especially if there's been a separation, they could be covertly, like in a slick way, kind of blaming you, saying, oh, you know, they had other things on their mind, they had other goals, And so they began this new direction. But I don't think you need to worry about them. This is like step away from this situation, this control issue. What's done is done. What's happened has happened. And I feel like they see you as prosperous. So I don't think whoever you're dealing with, whether it's a positive situation or a negative situation, is going to try to take away from that. In fact, I think that they're pretty like inspired by you, or you're intimidating to them in some way because of the energy of with which you're moving forward. So that's very positive as well. Okay, so let's see the next cards. We have the what are they hiding? So if you're dealing with someone and you want to know what are they hiding, we're going to take a look at the cards right now. So I think let's do the Morgan Greer. What are they hiding? What are they hiding? So we have Temperance, we have the Seven of Pentacles, the Knight of Swords, then we have the Moon card, we have the Ten of Swords, and we have the Queen of Cups. Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. They have told a person this in confidence when they felt bad about the situation, or when they felt bad about you. It feels as though they have said spiteful things instead of being patient. They were patient for a while with the situation, and then ultimately what happened was they got restless, and then they started divulging secrets. So whoever this Queen of Cups is, she knows secrets by this person who has said whatever they have said about you. And I'm guessing it blew up in their face, but also at the same time, whoever this person is knows information about you or about the relationship. And it's probably someone who you're assuming already. So I feel as though that's what they're hiding, that there's a secret that they've told in a moment of weakness that fundamentally betrayed you. They betrayed the relationship by spreading secrets or telling secrets to someone. Okay, so let's see your card, Chemistry. There's a magnetic attraction here. So I really feel like they like you, but I feel like also it feels like you're dealing with someone very dramatic. Whether they're dramatics, whether they're performative dramatics, or whether they're quietly dramatic, you're dealing with someone who, like, his or her go-to is to spread secrets, is to spread lies. Yeah, private stuff that shouldn't be told, or like, yeah, there's secret divulged. There's someone who's told something, and it's very likely that it was in spite. But there is an attraction there, so they're kind of eating themselves up inside because they said something, and it was like they misjudged the situation, and now maybe things are different, and they feel like it's hanging over their head. You know, once you do something like that, it's just there for forever, or until it comes the truth comes out. So let's do a you and them. That's the last question for today. And I do think that I picked extra cards for you guys. So why don't we do a you and them and then a general. So if you have questions about yourself and your partner, let's find out what's going on. We'll do 3 cards for each. This is you, Knight of Swords, 8 of Swords. You're aggressive in a matter, but you've changed your mind somewhat. You don't know how to resolve the situation. In a circumstance, you were very forceful in the way that you had spoke. And so now you're trying to approach the situation in a different way, much less talking, much more through physical action, such as, you know, through doing the actions of wanting to change the situation in a particular way. So there's no more discussions, that you're out of discussions. I think discussions got under your skin, and I think you got frustrated, and now you're like, let's show me what you're made of sort of energy. Here is the next message. We have the 7 of Wands. So this is them. We have the 9 of Pentacles. So this is a person who may have money, who is in some way holding back. Okay, they're holding back financially because they have money, and I think that they're like, I don't know, they're paranoid with their money, or they're paranoid about their money. But I think they're coming to terms with that. They're realizing that by being like a Scrooge, they're not allowing people in who could give them things that money can never buy, right? So I think that this person has been sort of tough on you. I think that they in some way have like they have presumed a lot about you, right? And I feel like it feels like they have an ego about their financial success or their monetary status. And in many cases, what you might be doing is offering to them something physical or material. So they will, you're like, hey, here's, you know, I made you dinner. You don't have to take me out to dinner. Something like that. I made you dinner. Here you go. And they're going to start seeing the genuine. Maybe they're just a person who has been really hurt by other people through money, because other people saw money and took advantage of the fact that they had money in some way. But yeah, there's definitely this energy of you bringing to them, trying to convince them isn't working. You're hitting your head against the wall. So now it's like you're going to be showing them your true disposition. Sorry about that noise. I live in a fairly quiet place, but there's this, I mixed two decks together. But there's like people who have like motorcycles and things that drive by here, and it's just loud. Okay, so general reading for the rest of the year. Let's see what Taurus energy brings. Sun, moon, and rising. So we have, reversal again. 6 of Wands. Delay in successes. So if you're worried about your successes, they're coming, but they're somewhat delayed. I think that before the nodes switch, it's a funky time, especially with the North Node entering Taurus this year. So don't expect the latter part of the year to be somewhat more quiet. Then we have the 8 of Cups, and we have the Emperor, which is Aries energy. There was a situation or a direction that didn't work how you planned, and so there's a reorientation here, going in a different direction. Another direction will yield for you a better outcome, a better solution. We saw this in the preview as well. Then we have the Queen of Swords, Gemini, Aquarius, Libra, secondary transits in Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. Then we have the 4 of Cups, which is Moon in Cancer, right at the center. Get ready, because there are going to be offers that come your way. In the first reading that I did for you guys, the first question, there was this person that was coming through, the Queen of Swords. Remember that? This person, there's a very strong air energy that's bringing something good to you, is bringing light to you and positivity. You have the 10 of Swords. For a while, you may think that whatever they're giving to you is just not enough. You might say, you put me through all these things, and it could be a man doing this. Like, why would I forgive you? Well, why should I accommodate this change of heart of yours? Then we have the Hermit, which is Virgo. The Queen of Swords comes in good energy. It could be a man or a woman. It may be an air sign, Gemini, Aquarius, Libra, or a Virgo there. 4 of Swords, Jupiter in Libra, and then the Ace of Pentacles. So I don't think you're ready for a reunion with anyone. Look, Sun on the bottom. I don't think you're ready for a reunion with anyone right now until the consequences of past events clear out in your life. So you're looking for a financial new beginning, and until that financial new beginning happens, I don't think you're so open to people from the past. Queen of Swords can represent like exes, you know, especially if you've been married before, then this could be like an ex-husband or ex-partner. But I do think it's positive. So if you have a really terrible ex, then it's probably not that at all. There could be also money coming to some of you from someone who you consider the Emperor, whether it's your father, but this is a romantic reading, so it could be an ex-partner. It could be someone who's like watching over you. I think they have a guilty conscience and they may be sending money your way. I also feel as though some things are coming at a slower pace and especially in terms of progress towards where things where you want things to go. But I think that a lot of this latter part of the year is you resting. I do think that maybe some of the things that are being offered to you, you're not so excited about. You're like, too little, too late, some kind of energy like this. And I think that's actually a good thing. My intuition is telling me that right now you might be getting certain types of offers from people, from situations, but actually those are not good enough. And what you will get moving forward will be much better. So you're in your right to sort of be disinterested by something. Somebody from the past could have hit a brick wall too and could be coming back in with apologies. But I think you're onto a new beginning in a big way. Excited about new things. Look out for fire signs, Sagittarius or Aries, in a positive way. They may be a continuum for you to move forward. Overall, you have happiness, joy, celebration, the sun. It's like, it's very hard to, like, you know that saying, if you can't have me at my worst, then you don't get me at my best. Maybe it's not like that, like for you being best to worst, but I think that it's definitely a transition from, you know, being in a tough situation with someone, you've moved on, you feel better, and somebody could be coming back, and you might be saying, like, that's not really what I want. But if you're wondering, this person could have done a lot of soul searching, so they could have done a lot of internal work here, the Queen of Swords, and it could be coming from a genuine place. That's all I'm saying. It's not necessarily like just a fair weather friend hitting you up. It could be a genuine motivation. I think that you also are figuring out what you truly want. I think that you're being more demanding of the type of energy you receive, of the type of energy you're around. I don't think you're going to settle for much. For some of you, there's going to be a very powerful connection with a Virgo, or a connection with an Aries may make you feel very lonely at this time. So if you have an Aries in your life, sun, moon, rising, and it's been problematic, so this isn't for someone who's having a great time with an Aries, they may be shortchanging you emotionally. And so if they are, you might choose to be by yourself. You might just say, this isn't enough. Conversely, a Virgo may reach out to you, and that might turn to a very serious energy for the latter part of the year. Okay, so why don't we take a look at 4 dice to take a look at your lucky signs and a planet to watch out for about love. So the planet for you is Saturn. Ooh, Saturn in Aquarius. So that's the square, right, to Taurus energy. So the heightened part of that will be October 10th when Saturn moves direct, and then December when Saturn and Uranus in Taurus will form those harsh squares, harsh energies. So this is all about being picky and choosy. And I think you're strong at this time to not settle for second best, not settle for low vibrational things. I think you're very much like done with dirty energy. The signs I would be looking out for if I was a Taurus. Taurus is my descendant, so I love you guys. But we have Gemini, Libra, and my 7th house. Libra, Gemini, very airy-fairy, and then we have Cancer. Okay, so for the latter part of the year, sun, moon, rising, those 3 signs might be somehow significant for you, may lead you to love, or maybe the object of your love or the subject of your love. Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed this. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to make the energy real, and I'll be back shortly with more. Take care, Taurus, and members. I hope you enjoy this preview. Take care. Bye. Hey Gemini, it's Veroosh. Welcome to my channel. This is your reading for Sun, Moon, and Rising Gemini for the rest of the year for love. I'm going to do an extra reading for love this time because I figured out a cool new way to read, and I thought you would enjoy it. So I'll show you that in a minute. First, we'll pick 5 overview cards. This video is available for members early, so thank you members for being members. I hope you enjoy it, and it'll be available for everybody later to see. If you guys want to purchase a reading with me, my regular website's not working. And I'm going to have to change some things around. So in the meantime, if you want a reading with me, just go in the comments and purchase one through the comment that I leave. It's a direct link to that option. Okay, so here is your messages. So first of all, very strong energy with regard to an air sign, Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra. This is more of a masculine energy. So there's a very important air sign around, or someone who is in some way someone that you need to speak with, someone that you need to communicate with. I think that there's someone who is providing for you feedback, like a mirror to the things that are going on for you. Of course, you're an air sign as well. Through the rest of the year, and especially in this first part, September through October, there is a very strong air energy, which is great for all of us who have strong air transits. It's really, really comfortable and convenient, and it's going to feel really good. But it's not going to feel good for other people, like water signs or earth signs are going to struggle with this energy quite a bit. So you need to find buddies with other air signs, and I'll talk about this in other videos as well. But since this came up, I think this is like a buddy energy. This could be everything from a partner, a love interest, a friend. I see you as figuring out what you want to do and which way you want to go, and someone coming to you with advice or friendship or some kind of help. Okay, then now we have the Seven of Pentacles, or the Seven of Earth, Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn energy. There's something that you need to decide about in this period that has to do with the long term. So you're making a big decision that is in some way going to yield for you a positive outcome and a good result. But you have to, there's a fair bit of waiting associated with it. There's a fair bit of waiting for something to work out or come together and so forth, okay? The next message is the Six of Water. This is Sun in Scorpio energy. I have a feeling that there's going to be someone around you who needs a lot of attention from you through this period. This could be a friend, this could be your partner, this could be a love interest. But I feel like somebody who really wants attention, wants to be around you a lot at this time. They really are reaching out for you. And this might be competing, because I think that you'll be very much pulled towards building towards your own direction. Something's going to be interesting to you. You're going to want to achieve something. You're going to want to go in a particular direction, and then someone who you're very fond of, someone who you care about, is going to want to connect, is going to feel vulnerable possibly and want that extra attention. Somebody's going to be reaching out to you, and it's going to be difficult for you to choose when and how much to give everything its due course in attention. We have the Ten of Air, which is Sun in Gemini. That's a card for many of you. This is a nice version of this card, so if you guys don't like the association in your cards of the Ten of Air, this is a nice one. But the Ten of Air is really about you know, like putting something really behind you. You've gone through a lot of stages of loss and renewal in the last 2 years, and now you are in some way moving forward. So this is probably, the full moons will be significant for you. The new moon in Libra will be significant for you. There's several different lunations or moon cycles that might be interesting to you at this time. Mercury retrograde is in Libra as well, so you may find yourself actually saying goodbye to many relationships of the past that you've simply moved past or have outgrown, or it's time to say goodbye to. Okay, and it's for, I sense that you really need to do this for your mental health, for your well-being, for your mental health, just for feeling better. Okay, next we have the Ace of Water, Ace of Cups, the Dragon. This can signify new relationships coming in for you, Gemini. And since this is the love reading for the rest of the year, this may signify a new love relationship. Something warrants your attention, something is pulling towards you, something wants your attention in their life. And this may actually translate into a new relationship. You could also possibly be meeting someone new. We'll see about that all in a minute. Okay, so now let's take a look at your cards. I have 3 questions. I wrote questions on these cards, and each card will have a different type of relationship question on it. And so I will read for the 3 questions that I pull. And if it's relevant to your situation, I hope it provides a specific message for you. At the end of the video, I will do a collective reading for singles and couples, so you can hang tight for that, okay? Okay, so let's see. First energy, first question. We have the next 3 weeks. So regardless of your situation, let's take a look at your love energy in the next 3 weeks. Okay, let's see what's going on. Well, right now we have Saturn and the Tower. Look at this. So the first card that came up was the World. And so a new opportunity is definitely on your way. I think it's going to take some time for you to decide exactly which way to go with things or how to move forward with things. I think that there's definitely expansion on the horizon, and you will have to choose where to apply your time or where to apply your effort. But I think that you will be sidetracked mid-period this time. So we have about 3.5 months until the end of the year. Midway point, you know, sometime in late October, early November, there will be a relationship situation that comes up that's going to want a lot of your attention. But before that, let's have a look at what's happening now. Now, the next 3 weeks are critical. It is from the time that you're watching, so it will vary based on when you are seeing this. But the next 3 weeks, in the last week of September and first week of October or so, is going to be pretty intense. So I'll talk about that somewhere else. Knight of Cups, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, secondary transits in Earth, Virgo, Taurus, and Capricorn. 3 of Wands, something coming in. I feel as though for some of you, somebody's coming towards you from far away. Then we have the Ace of Cups again, offers of love. That's the same card as this. Something reaching out to you from far away. There is a water energy here, which is interesting. Water energy will be strong in the last week of October and throughout November. Until then, it's a little bit absent in the astrological chart. Okay, and then we have the 6 of Swords, of course, after this Pisces full moon that just happened. And then we have Judgment. And then we have the Moon. I feel as though somebody is around you who wants to say something to you of opening up their feelings of a desiring nature. But I feel like for whatever reason, they keep on pulling back. So they want to disclose their affections for you or something else like that. But I feel as though this has a tendency to stay quiet. This has a tendency to stay private and unshared. I think someone wants to tell you they love you. Somebody's trying to make a connection with you. But I see this back and forth. Or maybe this is you with someone else. In the next 3 weeks from the time you're watching, one of you, whoever is the recipient of the affection, may be really waiting for this to happen. Maybe you have some clue that this person likes you, that this person has feelings for you, and you're waiting for them to get up the nerve. There's a lot of this giving up hope within relationships at this time. Giving up hope, thinking it's not going to work, you know, having held out so long, not having patience to see it through. But I do feel like don't give up hope. It's going to be a real back and forth process, so I really sympathize with your nerves and frustrations in this situation. You might, you know, really want an answer. You want a clearer answer from this person. But I feel like and this can get frustrating to the point that you want to walk away. But I think that there's constant feelings that persist. So there's something there below the surface. The core card here is the Six of Cups. That's Sun and Scorpio, but it can also represent the card of soulmate. And sometimes when our circumstances are not right, but we meet the right person or a right person, it can be very back and forth between the two people because, of course, you know, something's pulling them together. That's what I feel here. But yeah, expect to hear from someone, especially the person that you're thinking about. Expect to hear from someone, or if you've been looking for love, then maybe there is some affection coming your way. But there's definitely some harsh energies that are happening around communication, around getting your act together, or them getting their act together to get on the same page and figure things out. So you might have to kind of work around certain things a bit, but there's definitely feelings there. It's just on how you deal with them. Okay, so that's the reading for Gemini. Now let's see. Excuse me. That's your first reading. Here is the second one. So there's secret feelings for you. Oh, this card is perfect. So in the next 3 weeks reading I just did for you, we ended on the moon with those secret feelings that are up in the air. Let's see what some of those feelings may be. Or if you're thinking about someone else or someone specific, let's see what their secret feelings are for Gemini before the end of the year. Okay, so we have the High Priestess first. Okay. And then we have the Four of Wands, Sun in Aries. And then we have the Five of Pentacles. Okay. Someone has concerns that there is going to be a lack of reciprocity within a relationship. This isn't a projection onto you, so it's not a judgment of you. I think somebody's coming into an interaction with baggage. So it's almost like, you know, afraid of, you know, connecting with someone meaningfully because they had lost money with a previous partner. And so someone might be kind of rigid from opening up financially, specifically with someone, but there's a lot of sincere feelings and a desire for love, but there's this big naysaying energy here saying, you know, I'm going to be the only one who puts in. And ironically, when people put up these stipulations, these hurt feelings and so forth, oftentimes they're the ones who do not contribute. So they say, you know, I can't share finances with you because I won't have so much money myself, or you won't contribute. They won't say that, but that's what they'll think. Oh, because my ex-partner, you know, took the house or took the car or whatever, took the dog, so I can't really open up. But you'll find that usually those types of people that put up those kinds of boundaries are usually the types of people that are actually the ones, like if you do end up pursuing more meaningful connection with them, you will be the one who will be paying for them more. So it might be like it's a little bit of a cautious situation. I'm not saying they're not generous, but I know in these situations when someone is very like on edge regarding on edge about opening up, especially with a partner or a love interest, it usually is because they have some issues that they're working through as well. And if they're talking about their ex-partner being cheap, there's likelihood that they have financial difficult approaches to money that you will have to put up with as well. Okay, so take it easy with this person for now. Five of Cups, disappointment and feelings. They're holding back a lot. And then we have genuine love. They're pulled towards you. It's hard when somebody is working through difficult feelings regarding past relationships. Ace of Wands, a new beginning, new inspiration. I think that they need to work through some things. They have definitely hang-ups regarding how they think about other relationships. about thinking about the past. They're very focused in on themselves and their past experiences. And I think what this is saying is that they want to work through all these things, but there's all these apprehensions that are born from past experiences that haven't been dealt with. So I think that the advice is like, let them figure their stuff out, and then they will come through with, they really want to come through with a genuine offer. And I think they will. Ace of Wands and Two of Cups. The feelings are very strong there. It's just there's a lot of apprehension, not towards you, but towards love in general, towards relationships in general. And which makes me question, like, make sure that you're not dealing with someone like I described, because that would be sad. But usually those people who accuse preemptively a lot often have a lot of stuff that they bring that's problematic to a relationship. Okay, so we have, what are they saying behind your back? Ooh, we're getting all the secret stories on these people. Geminis, let's see. Let me know in the comments, do you guys think that Geminis are gossips? I don't know how I feel about that, so tell me how you think. Do you think that Geminis in general are gossips, or are they not? Or is it Gemini moon a gossip? I could see Geminis gossiping just for fun, you know, but without too much malicious intent or calculating stuff. It's much more like, you know, just laughing and talking and not watching what they're saying. But okay, so what are they saying behind your back? We have the Eight of Rods. Well, this is positive. They want to say good things about you. I did get a download that they're saying very nice things about you to their family. So there's like they're an advocate. They really want to sell you to their family. They want to convey to their family your value. And then we have the Nine of Wands. Okay. They're waiting to hear something back regarding how they've communicated. There's a reunion. If this has been a breakup, they're saying that they really want to return back. If this is concerning like a pause in a relationship, I really think that they're saying good things. I think that what they want is to come back. I think that there's someone who is around you through this time, Gemini, who's kind of like the timekeeper. So this is called the Scribe, this card. And it could be like someone who, I could see this person just watching this. So it's like they want to rekindle the relationship, but they know there's witnesses, in other words. So whatever's been said or whatever's been done has been recorded, has been kept in, like somebody's seen it, somebody has been witness to it. And so that, I think that causes them to pause with regard to moving forward. But I do think that they intend to reconnect. Now, if you're not a sun in Gemini, they may be intending to connect with you around your birthday. So around a celebration, or maybe their birthday, there may be a birthday celebration in which there's a rekindling that's going on. Then we have the King of Swords, Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra. Secondary transits in fire, Sag, Leo, or Aries. Again, similar energy. This is a king, this is a knight. But I have a feeling that they're turning to, there's this air around you, Gemini, of authority. So you're turning to authority figures, or they are, to hear about what they want to say about you. What is their opinion? Why are they saying what they're saying? They want a validation from an outside force, an outside factor. Then we have the Devil, which is the Capricorn card, or Saturn, right here. Let's see. Oh, I pulled two cards by mistake, but they're beautiful cards. So Wheel of Fortune and the Sun. Okay. I feel as though there's been someone who's in the way in this relationship. And I feel like they want to rekindle the relationship. This is for some of you, not all of you, but somebody wants to reconnect and make things go back or increase the intensity of the connection up again. If this is a new relationship, somebody's definitely been in the way. If you've been hurt in a relationship, they saw that, and I think that they're waiting for a better time when you could be in a better place. But I think that what they're saying is like they wish for happiness and joy in this relationship. They want connection, but there's been some kind of delay. There's been some kind of pause in which they haven't acted fully to what their desire would be. If this is within a relationship, your partner may have pulled back, and now they are in some way thinking about how to reconnect. But it really feels as though there's an energy of restriction here, an energy of restriction that held things back, that held things to a standstill, that meddled in some people's business. This is not for everyone, but I think that there's this, like, remove that obstacle out of the way and then pursue a connection, or keep going in the connection that's been made. Okay, so now let's take a look at our general reading for singles and couples, and it's just one reading for love energies for the rest of the year. Okay, so you got a King of Cups on the bottom, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. I'll shuffle throughout as I usually do. So we have Six of Swords. There's definitely, like, moving on from the past. This had that resonance also. And then the Knight of Pentacles, onto new things. There's a project ahead of you, something that you are looking forward to building or thinking about building or being a part of. But I think that there's a lack of clarity. So especially in this first part of the rest of the year, September, October, I think that you have an idea, you're excited about it, but there's little to go on yet. You're still waiting for answers to figure things out. Then we have the Emperor energy, and then we have the Four of Pentacles, and then we have the High Priestess. I know she came up in one of the readings as well. All of the readings were very open-ended. They're not, some of these cards have very specific questions for relationships or whatnot, but these were very broad questions that most of you hopefully got some benefit from. But I feel as though the Emperor, the Four, this is Sun and Capricorn right in the center. There's something happening for you at the end of the year. Again, Earth energy is very strong for you, Gemini. So there could be an Earth sign person around you at this time. There's definitely something between yourself and someone else with regard to opening up. Remember, we saw that Five of Pentacles. And again, we have the Emperor with the Four of Pentacles, which is a bit of a miser card, a little bit of unwillingness to open up. But I think that there's a natural connection, the High Priestess and the Emperor. So there could be a personal problem that someone has with regard to opening up, being forthcoming, being as caring as they should be. But there's also a real strong draw between individuals. And so one person may be restrictive in their openness to another person, but yet at the same time, they're very drawn to this person. The energy here is that I really see a strong download for you. I see you very excited about something new. I don't think it's to do with love specifically. I think it's something to do with your life in general, something exciting, something to do with money, work, maybe home renovation, something like that. But you don't know yet. And there's someone else who's involved in that, like a friend or somebody who's giving you the idea or helping you along, and you're waiting until that congeals and comes together. So that's the one energy that comes through really strong. And then there's a second part in which there's this interpersonal relationship that's really front and center. And if you're single and haven't been with someone, somebody's going to want your attention. There's definitely a draw from someone of a like a loving nature. I won't venture so far to say that it's romantic. I mean, it is a love reading, so hopefully that's where it's heading. But I see that there's an emotional desire from someone to connect with another person, to get your attention. Come here, Gemini, I want to pay attention. But there's also this frustrating restrictiveness. So I don't know what that's all about, but it seems as though there's a pause and a hold at the same time as there's a demand for time and attention. So, and I see you frustrated also through that. It's either one or the other. And the negotiation is the frustrating part. Trying to figure out where does everyone stand? How does it all align? Like, if it's one thing, why isn't it the other? It's just, I see you very much irritated by having to deal with this. I think the feeling is mutual between both people. I think that there's a friendship, a love, strong emotions between two people, and your frustration, I can sense it, has to do with, if that's there, then why are we doing this dance? Why is this a part of this? Then we have the Two of Wands, okay? For some of you, someone needs to leave a situation before they can be available with you. There's someone who's tied up emotionally, or maybe actually married to someone else, and they're in the process of leaving. And I think maybe this is why some of you are waiting. Some of you are waiting on somebody who's meant to go. But I think that part of that has to do with them making a decision, and that's frustrating because you don't want your time wasted. I feel if you're in this situation, it's been ongoing for some time, like 6 months, to the point that it's irritating that you still have to wait for something that's not guaranteed. The Emperor is kind of busy somewhere else tying up loose ends, and you have no guarantee at home. You have no guarantee that they're fully present. Something like that, some mix of that. It doesn't have to be with a relationship, but somebody has their foot in another door for something, other reason, and you're like, get with the program or I'm gonna go. This Knight of Pentacles I see as you very strongly. You're about to go in some direction. An important direction is ahead of you, and you're set on that. You know, I can see you excited. It's a financial thing. There we go, 10 of Pentacles. Success. It's, you know, you don't want to bring someone in who's going to be dampering your energy. And then the 6 of Pentacles. So I think that things are going to work out well, especially on the financial side. But I think that there's this like protectiveness here. We have 4 of Cups. What kind of offer is being made? Remember with the 4 of Cups, it's always, it's an offer, but the guy's not so excited that's sitting under the tree. And with the 4 of Cups, it can sometimes mean that the offer is less than what you expect it to be. But with this Ace of Cups and the other spreads that we did, you might be very surprised that at the end of this period, the offer that you're getting is much better than what you expected. It might not be worse than you expect, but there's a lot of tossing and turning between you and others to establish relationships on the level that you want them to be. So it's just a lot of waiting, a lot of you saying, no, that's it, I gotta go, I can't wait anymore. And then finally some kind of breakthrough comes through, either from the person that you're focused on or from another direction. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. Thanks for waiting for this reading. I'll be back shortly with more. Talk to you soon and take care. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome to my channel. This is Veroosh and it's a reading for Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising. We're doing a reading for the end of the year, and you're my guinea pig. You're the first sign I'm doing this for, so if you see the reading change for the next few signs, that might happen. But in the meantime, I'll walk you through what I have in mind right now. So we're taking a look at your energies until the end of the year for Sun, Moon, and Rising Cancer. We'll start off with 5 cards up top to guide the rest of the reading, and then something special I'll explain in a moment, okay? And members get to see this first, so members, welcome. So, okay, so we have first the 10 of Air. I'll write them all down. I'll put them all down first, and then we'll get into it. Then we have the 8 of water, that's Saturn in Pisces. 10 of air is Sun in Gemini. And then we have the female energy of the court cards, the Queen of Swords she's called. So that's air and water. And we have King of Cups, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. Okay. And then we have another card. This is number 20. This is the Dreams of Gaia Tarot. As you guys know, I love this deck, but it has different associations. So this is not the Aeon. This is about trying to find something new, finding something special within yourself. So this is the energy that you're coming into the end of 2021 with. So there's definitely a strong masculine energy here, or male energy, while the female energy seems to want to let go of something. I have a feeling as though there's been some kind of impasse in a situation, which means something has evolved to a point that you don't want to see it go further anymore. So it's the end of a relationship, the end of a situation. There really seems to be the end of the line kind of thinking here. You'll see what I'm doing with all this in a moment, so let's just leave that there. But there's definitely some kind of disconnect that the feminine energy is kind of trying to instigate. There's definitely some kind of a separation. There's a lack of emotion. There's a lack of emotion. There's a lack of, it's a feeling of I've had it with this situation. I've had it. This is done, or otherwise feeling no longer as involved emotionally as you had before. And so the female energy here, Cancer, is the Queen of Swords. And so she's separating, she's challenging, she's cutting cords, all of those things. The masculine, it's like they've woken up, you know? It looks like they've woken up and they're like, oh crap, I've messed this one up. And so they lay it on thick. It's not necessarily love bombing. In worse situations it may be, but for the most part it's someone who's realized that their behavior has been not very good. I think there's a lot of soul searching going on as well through the end of the year. So we'll do a deeper dive into this. There will be a collective reading at the end, but in the meantime, I have made these cards for you guys, and these are just very handmade sort of cards, and they have different questions on them pertaining to different types of relationships. And so we're going to draw about 4 of them and then answer those questions. So if the card I draw is pertaining to your situation, then there will be a message for you, hopefully. Of course, if it does not resonate, check for your sun, moon, or rising. And then also at the end, there will be a collective message, so you might want to double check that. So it's just a new way to read, just to look at the energies. The introductory energy is this way, and now let's take a look at some specifics. So this reading is for you if you are wondering who has a big crush on someone. So if you have a big crush on someone, then maybe this is a message for you. You can't see it to the side, but I have a lot of tarot decks on the side. So I'm going to take a look a little bit deeper. So this is Tarot of Beautiful Creatures. Let's see if there's a message. If you have a crush on someone, this is for you. 6 of Pentacles, Moon in Taurus. And then we have the 9 of Wands, which is Moon in Sagittarius. You don't have to have these placements for this to be for you. And then we have the 10 of Wands. Well, you're definitely feeling the weight of this situation. It feels as though you have given a lot towards this individual or this person, you know, to show them that you love them, to show them that you care about them in some way. But I think that in some way you're taking a step back at this time because you're simply overweighed by the consequences. There just haven't been, the consequences that you have been seeking have not been what you need them to be. And so I think you feel at this point anyway like you want to take a step back. moving forward, you still feel a great desire towards this person, but I think you're also questioning whether this situation will have you continually running on the hamster wheel, or if it's time to get off. Let's clarify this a little bit. I'm going to pull an oracle card just to see. First of all, I wanted to pull a Romance Angels card first. So we have, let your friends help you. Ask for and accept support from others. So I don't think you're supposed to handle this all on your own. I think you're supposed to get help from third parties. Other people are supposed to get involved, because I think you're just not getting through to them. But remember from the original messages that there's going to be a wake-up call for this person, and I think that they'll come back. I think you're supposed to take a step back so that they can appreciate you, so they can appreciate that you're gone. Okay, so first of all, we have the Tower moment. There was some kind of conversation or some kind of exchange that really changed your perspective on this situation. Maybe you thought it was all great and everything was working out, but then you had a rude awakening. 7 of Pentacles. You thought you were doing something for a good outcome. You thought that you were putting in the right effort for something long term, but it's really turned out to be a heavy weight on your shoulder, a burden. The 10 of Wands is ruled by Sun in Sagittarius. So for some of you, that might be pertaining to you as well. The next message is the 8 of Swords. Okay, so this is like Saturn in Gemini. Yeah, it's Saturn in Gemini. And then we have the Moon, which is Pisces energy. So there's a lot of like not talking to them right now. Knight of Wands. Ooh, you're going to have a surprise, I think. Either this person or somebody else is going to come right towards you. Somebody's going to see the effort you have been putting towards this person. You know, you've been really trying to make nice, and you've been really trying to make a nice impression on them. And I think you're at the point of letting go. And you might have a very unexpected turnaround. Somebody's going to come to help you. Maybe this is the friend that's supposed to help in this situation. So there's going to be a turnaround, but for a while you're going to feel like you're the one who's carrying the entire responsibility of the situation, or you're the only one who's doing something in this direction to push it along. Okay? So that's your message if you are in this situation that you have a crush on someone and you don't know what's going on. Okay, so next message is for someone who has, what will a relationship be like with this person? Okay, sorry for my chicken scratch. Okay, so let's take a look at these cards. I don't remember what these are called. Let's see, let's do a 6-card spread for this one to find out what a relationship will be. So you have Saturn, the World. Wow, okay. So, and then we have the 8 of Pentacles, Progress. And then let's see what other messages. We have Justice, which is the Libra card. Okay. And then we have the 3 of Pentacles. And then we have the Ace of Wands. There's a very passionate relationship from what I can tell so far. And 2 of Pentacles. So here's what I get about this relationship. So if you're in the situation that you're wondering what a relationship will be like with a specific person, I think this relationship will be a challenge, but in the sense that it's going to challenge you to work really hard. This person has extremely high expectations for themselves and others. There's not much downtime in terms of work. It's a very work-centered sort of mindset that this person has. Also, I get that this person's extremely passionate. So they're passionate about what they do, and they're passionate about who they're with. So there's a lot of positive reinforcement from this person towards you. They're going to show you passion. Intimacy is going to be nice. They know what they want. They go after it. There's not much drama here. I think they're a very matter-of-fact type person. They get to the point and they get things done. They don't create ultimatums, but in the sense that they don't say to you, if you don't work hard, I'm not going to be with you, I'm not interested in you, and so forth. But there's an implied expectation that that's what they want. They really don't mess around. I have a feeling that this person, if you do begin a relationship with them, they will take you in new directions, and they will, you know, really take you out from the circumstances that you're in now. You could start a business together, or you may start a business while you're in a relationship with this person. And I think that this person will be very fair with you. And I think that they'll support you in the strengths that you have. So if you want to work really hard, if you want to really improve your life and you want a companion for that, then I think this person is the right type of person for you. So this person is genuine, this person's a hard worker, but I think that it's a no nonsense sort of relationship that could take you really far, but you have to be ready to sort of, you know, step up to bat and really show up for this relationship and this person. Okay, so next question is, so what is your karmic doing? Sorry, Cancer. Oh, Capricorn, what are you doing? Okay, so let's see. Let's find some good cards. Let's find some chill cards for... Okay, I'll use these cards, which are a Spanish version of the Marseille style deck. It's not very triggering. Let's see what your karmic is doing, Cancer. Let's see what's going on. So 6 cards for this. I think I like the 6 cards energy. So we have the 5 of Cups. They're disappointed about the relationship. And then we have the Star. Okay. Well, they've made very important changes in their life with regard to the relationship. I think that they've changed their mind about things quite a lot. Then we have the High Priestess. There's a lot of insight. They have reverence for you, that's for sure. I think that you have taught them many lessons. I question whether or not they're like, well, they're karmic, right? But I don't feel like they're necessary. If you're wondering whether to take them back, they may have recognized these things, but I question whether or not they're capable to actually make the changes that are necessary to be the right type of person. I think that they've had quite a bit of self-awareness come through for them in terms of work. So, you know, what they do for work, or what kind of, like, how their attitude towards work has changed. Were they very lazy, or were they actually not very hardworking at all? I think that they may be changing their career altogether. And this is, I feel like they're still running from some truths. I feel like they recognize that there's some problems. They recognize their part in things. And yet their answer to things is still trying to begin something else in a new direction. We have the King of Wands. You know what this tells me? They have this sort of ego. They have this vision of themselves as the King of Wands. They have this vision of themselves as this showboat. And that really ruins any hard work that they put to situations. And so everybody who's around them becomes complicit to the circus that is their life. So I think this person is recognizing, they have reverence for you. They see that you've taught them many lessons, and I think they want you back. But the point is that I think that they still want to be the hero. They still want to be this special person. They still want to be, you know, this person that gets, this can be very confusing. You know, this can be a person who's very confused, very living in dreams, not facing reality, but they are doing the soul searching, right? That's what we saw. They're doing the soul searching, and they're trying to find the right path, but they're definitely remorseful, or they feel bad for what happened, or they feel bad for what happened, or they somehow feel, they know they've messed up. But my question is, are they actually willing to deal with it? Are they actually willing to step up to bat? Okay, so last card for today. We'll do more of these. Let me know, you know, by likes and comments if you guys like this. Ooh, current energy and love. Okay, so since the last reading, because there's one more at the end, is going to be current energy and love. Well, it'll be This is going to be current energy in love, and then the next one, the one that I'm just going to do after this, is going to be messages until the end of 2021. We can kind of do them together. They kind of fit together well. Okay, so first, current energies in love for Cancer. This is singles and couples now. So we have the 10 of Inspiration. Okay, so that's the 10 of Wands. Okay, so 10 of Wands is coming up a lot. That means that you're ready to pull the plug on some things because things are becoming really burdensome. You're ready to, like, you don't want to necessarily keep going the way you have been with situations. 4 of Wands, happy home. You're trying to make everyone happy and trying to pull things together, you know, trying to make everyone smile. You're really putting a lot of work on your own shoulders to make things happen, to make things go well. The next message is the Knight of Inspiration. Look at you attracting all these fire energies into your life, Cancer. Be careful, it's going to get hot. And then we have the Knight of Voices. That's the Knight of Swords, Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra. And then we have the 7 of Materials, which is Saturn in Taurus, long-term investment, long-term thinking. Okay, so current energies in love. Let's see what's going on with this first. Okay, so I feel as though there's competing energies for your attention at this time. There's someone who's extremely whimsical, somebody who has a lot of passion, who lives with a lot of passion. They have a very inspiring disposition. This could be also an energy within yourself. And then there's the Knight of Voices, someone who's very realistic, someone who likes passion and adventure, but they don't do it at the expense of, like, reason. So if it doesn't add up, if it doesn't make sense, they pull the plug on it. I have a feeling that you're putting in a lot of work towards a relationship. You're putting a lot of work into something to make it work. And I think that it's coming to an end in the sense that you're starting to see that you're the one who's putting a lot of effort into something. And even though you really, really want to make everyone happy and you really, really want to contribute and build this happy home, build this happy family, I think that you're starting to question whether or not, why are you the one who's doing all the work? The next message is the 7 of Pentacles, and what this represents is that you're at this time making some sizable decisions for your life for the next while. So, you know, you are going to make some changes. We'll see this in the next reading. But I think that whatever you're doing now is going to contribute to your financial prosperity, to your general wealth and prosperity in the future. And I think that your experience of recognizing which is what is going to be activated by your relationships with these two knights. So one is going to inspire you, or one aspect of yourself is here to inspire you. Well, one aspect of you, or one person, is meant to make you think, is this situation worth my effort? Is this a situation worth my time? Am I putting in the right time into this situation? Am I putting in the right effort? Is this adding up? Okay, so let's take a look at your overall energy. I'll use a regular rider deck at the end for that, and we're going to do 9 cards. Let's see just what's going to happen by the end of 2021. So we have the High Priestess energy, we have the 9 of Swords, that's Mars and Gemini, and then we have the Hierophant, which is Taurus. Okay, some really big insights. I think you're going to really trust your intuition over the next several months. I think it's time, you really feel like it's time to go. It's time to go in a new direction. You feel inspiration towards something. It's all about accepting yourself and accepting your intuition that you want to go in a particular direction. At the center of this is the Queen of Pentacles. So it's your personal boundaries that are extremely activated at this time. Your personal boundaries are very important for you. Then we have the 10 of Wands. And so the 9 of Wands, sorry, Moon in Sagittarius, you don't have to have that position for this to be relevant. I think that you're going to get very quiet with a lot of people around you over the next several months as you figure out exactly what you want to do. Some of you might be experiencing loss in a relationship. You're getting not an ultimatum from your partner, but this situation is producing an ultimatum, and you become very sad. You realize that the way things are going, they're not working out, and that is going to prompt you to open up further and get closer in the relationship. So I think that you realize that you've been holding someone back. This is not true for all of you, but some of you are going to realize that you actually need to be closer to this person, that you're the one who has been holding this person back. There's a great openness that you are going to feel through the end of the year, a great willingness to change things, to adapt, and to approach things in a different way. This is also true for your partner. Your partner is going to become much more flexible, much more willing to adapt, try something different. If you've been getting a lot of no's from your partner, this might come with a lot of yeses. There might be a lot of affirmative energy. Then we have the 4 of Cups. Okay, so you might see, some of you might see a turnaround in a relationship. There's a light bulb moment that's going on for you or your partner. And so a person who has been shrugging you off, a person who has been, you know, maybe leaving you sort of to pull all the weight in a situation or a relationship, they may turn around and change their tune. Then we have the 7 of Wands. And so if it is a change of tune, I think you're not going to necessarily make it so easy on them. I don't think you're going to be like, okay, fine, whatever, what's under the bridge is under the bridge. No, I think you're going to really give them the 3rd degree and be like, okay, well, if you believe in what you believe, if this is what you want, you're going to have to prove it. So we have the 6 of Pentacles here. There was a 6 of Pentacles that we pulled earlier on. So what you're getting back is what you've been putting into a situation. It's just going to take a while for it to come back around. And I think there's going to be, I know this is not a love message, but I think there's a heightened focus for you at work. I think you're going to be seeing a lot more success come through for you at work. There's going to be a lot more outcomes, positive outcomes for you at work. Okay, so tell me how you guys like this reading. It's a lot. I might modify it for the other signs. In the meantime, thank you for watching. Members, I hope you enjoy it early, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye. Hi Leo, it's Veroosh. Welcome to my channel. This is your reading for the September through December love messages. I actually did this twice by mistake. It's because I figured out a way to do these readings for you that I really like. So I got excited about the reading, and so I'm doing it again. I don't think you guys mind. So far the feedback has been good. So actually no one said anything, so they just thought, okay, love messages. So here are your cards for the next little while. We're going to do a central kind of message first. 6 of Water, which is like the 6 of Cups. This is the Gaia Tarot, so it's a little bit different than a regular tarot deck. Then we have the 10 of Water. There's a lot of emotional energy around you at this time. Very, very positive. Very much on the same page with the people around you. People who matter understand your feelings and you understand theirs. We have the Queen of Cups, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. You have someone around you, or maybe you're in this energy at this time where communicating feelings and emotions is a real strength. So this person either is helping you to communicate. This is called the counselor, so it could literally be a counselor, but it can also be a friend. And then we have the 3 of Earth, planting seeds. And one more card for this section. We have the 4 of Earth, which is actually Sun in Capricorn. So we'll be ending, this reading will be ending right around the time that this card astrologically is present. So it might be a timing thing. So what it's saying overall, I feel, is that you're in a very good environment at this time. You either have some really amazing people around you, or you have people you can trust. I feel like there is an aspect of history there in your relationships at this time. The relationships you are having are not necessarily new to you. So you've had them for a while, you're familiar with them, and you're moving forward with established relationships at this time. If it's not a very good established relationship, then there are some aspects between you and the people around you that are very synchronistic, which means that there's a lot of similarities between you where you understand each other. You come from a relatively similar place. And so you have this really good environment around you. And I think that there's a lot of powerful communication that's happening for you through the rest of the year. And you're kind of at the center and communicating that. You could also be interacting with a water sign, because these are all water cards. And this could be a male or female. And this person could in some way be very helpful to you, or kind, or generous, or something like that. So there's definitely someone who could help you, or there's definitely someone who could understand, get in touch with what is going on the inside, so you can communicate to them what's going on, and then you can make your plans together and make decisions for the future. So there's a lot of planning going on. There's a lot of like, hey, I found someone that's very resonant in my life at this time. So there's this kind of knowing energy that you are walking into the present moment with. So this may have already started. I sense an energy of comfort for you. You feel like comfort, you feel settled, you feel well, you feel like you can be honest with the people around you, and they're not going to turn around and push you away. And from this environment moving forward, what I think is going to happen is you're going to initiate some things in your life. So this is a love reading, but I actually feel like the positive energy that's around you of a love variety, now this can be platonic or romantic, is allowing you to feel security and therefore plan certain things to move forward. Then we have the Four of Pentacles. Through the winter time, I think you'll go through a bit of a pause. So wait and see what happens. So I think that what's going on is in the fall sometime, you will be initiating certain things and then sitting back and seeing how they manifest, how they turn out, and which direction they'll go. Okay, so the reason there's two readings is this. So I figured out a way to read that's kind of fun. It gives you guys 3 questions that I will answer in this reading, one after the other with a separate spread. And there will be 3 different relationship situations or questions that are typically asked in a love reading that this reading will answer. At the end, I'm going to do a collective message for singles and couples, so you can stay tuned and everybody's going to get a message today. Okay, so current energy in love. So obviously this is for everybody. So we'll take a quick look at what's going on in love for Leos at this time. So yeah, what I see right away is a very stable environment, a loving environment, trust, a very good connection between yourself and others, an openness to communicate, an openness to be able to tell other people how you are feeling so that you and they can figure out a way forward. Or you can tell someone your dreams and desires and they stand by you to bring them into fruition. Okay, so let's see some cards. So we have the Sun, which is your ruler here as the first card. Very beautiful. Then we have the Six of Pentacles, Moon, and Taurus. These are very strong cards. And then we have the Nine of Wands. So good things are coming in. It definitely feels like you're receiving something from somebody else, Leos. I feel like it depends on your situation, whether it's a partner or someone who's a friend or whatnot. But I do feel like you will be receiving something and there will be a pause and a break. So not a pause in the relationship, but something is going to come into your life through someone else that is going to improve it. It's going to improve your life. It's a very lucky moment, probably connected to your birthdays this year, so you can look back to your birthdays and see if there's a correlation. But I think that there will be some time for this relationship to grow. There may be some pause in circumstances so that they can come into fruition. There's a strong message here of, at the end of this period, you will be waiting for something to come germinate. That's the word I was looking for. So when you put a seed in the ground, it takes like a week, 2 weeks, sometimes 3 weeks, or even more to germinate, which means it sprouts and it starts growing into a seedling. So you're kind of in that phase where you planted something. That's where the gardening talk comes. We have you gardening something, planting something into the ground. Come on, show the people. Okay, so you're planting something into the ground, and then you have to wait for it to come up. So something's coming through, but in this case, somebody's bringing something to you. Something's coming into your life of a positive nature from somebody who has very good feelings towards you, amicable feelings. Ace of Wands, new beginnings, new opportunities, intimacy in some cases. And then we have the Three of Swords, that's Saturn and Libra. And then we have the Seven of Wands. Okay, so Seven of Wands. I feel as though somebody around you has to go through a separation or a breakup. And I think that it could possibly be that some of you are interacting with someone who's in the stages of divorce or separation. And I think that there's a connection that's made, but I think it's a really strong message that you're supposed to wait. Now, not everybody is in that situation, so what else could it be? I feel as though there's a very strong connection of an affirmative nature right up front. So you feel right away that the other person is a good match for you or some other kind of connection. And then I feel like there's a pause or something happens that causes you to have to wait and see. But you kind of know that that person or that situation is the right situation for you. I just feel like at this time you are going to wait with something that starts off in quite a strong way. And I think that that's part of something external that needs to work itself out. Something needs to be resolved outside of your situation. And so someone needs to work on something. Someone needs to pull away to get whatever they need to do done. And you're sort of there waiting by the end of this time period. So the current energy of love is there is some intense connections that you're coming into this period with. And then very shortly you are going to be on a pause in a situation. But I think that you're resilient. Like, you know that this, I have a feeling like you know, when you meet someone, you kind of know that there's something special about them, that there's some special connection and it's worth waiting for. I think that you know that in some ways. So there might be a little bit of a struggle, like, should I wait or should I stay or go? But I do think that you'll be waiting, and I think that it'll provide you rest, and then I think things will continue later on, probably in 2022 after Capricorn season, which is January. It's not too long. Okay, so then we have their secret feelings for you. So if you're thinking about someone, Leo, then let's take a look at their secret feelings for you. Okay, so if this is our blueprint, if this is our beginning, then it seems as though they have very amicable feelings, but it's going to take a while for them to share those feelings with you. Whether you're a single or in a couple, somebody's, I think, holding back their feelings, but the feelings are much more positive than they're letting on. So you're not foolish for thinking like, oh, there's something over there, because I think there is something for you. We have the Two of Cups. Right away, I get that the person that you're thinking about has found deep friendship with you. I have Two of Cups in my deck. There's the friendship one, and there is the more romantic one. So this is the more friendship one, which is good. I think that you hit somebody's soft spot in the friendship capacity. I think they feel very much like you're their friend, and that you care about them. And I think that they may possibly lack other people of that nature in their life. And then we have the Knight of Pentacles, Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn, secondary transits in air, Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra sometimes. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Somebody has to make a decision about something. Somebody needs to make a decision of a financial nature about which way to go. Maybe you're the one who's deliberating on a decision. Maybe they're deciding on which direction they need to go, and they can't really figure out which way to take, or way to approach your current circumstances. Some of you might be really dealing with an earth sign. There's Sun in Capricorn here. This is pretty Capricorn, Mars and Capricorn energy. Capricorn, Virgo, Taurus, these two cards. So some of you are dealing with earth signs. And then we have Capricorn, the devil. That's so interesting. Okay. Now we know that Capricorns are not the devil. If you're dealing with a Capricorn, then the devil means that it doesn't mean anything about the Capricorn. But if you're dealing with like a non-Capricorn, then the devil could be a little sus. Okay, so then we have the Hermit, which is also an earth sign, Virgo. It really feels as though you're around someone of a very practical nature. If they're not an earth sign or earth dominant in some way, then they have a lot of like grounded qualities to their character. I think that a person is very drawn to you. Some of you might be in a situation in which the person doesn't have room in their life for a relationship, and I feel like they're really lonely. I feel like they're really alone. And so I think that connection for them is very sacred, that they've have formed a bond to you in some way, and they don't really have another avenue through which to liberate themselves with or form other relationships. So you become really special to them. And other qualities, it's not just because they're busy, they just see the value in your friendship. But I do feel like they're very focused on something to do with money. They're very focused on financial things at this time. It's like maybe they're make it or break it moment, or there's something else about their life that's kind of holding them down. And so they have a susceptibility for choosing to be alone at this time to focus on their goals. I think that they don't really know what to do with the situation. So what I would say is there's very positive energy for you for the latter part of the year in terms of love. I think that it's kind of investment time, what I would call this for you. It's like whatever your situation is, you're investing and for something to come into fruition later. So this too has that kind of quality that you're around someone who's going in a particular direction, and you just basically have to, they have a hard time. It's not that they're just like, okay, I'm busy, I can't do this right now. They're really struggling with the decision of possibly losing someone because they're so busy. But I think that they're processing fear. They're afraid that if they don't do this, they won't make it. And so that's propelling them to shut down or be more quiet or reserved, or just focus on their goals and hope that on the other side things will resolve. It's happening because they don't really know how to do it. You have a very good energy here for communication. So I'm not saying don't talk to them about it. If you feel comfortable to speak with this person, whether it's your partner or someone you're interested in, then talk to them about it. I really feel like, you know, your communication's so strong that it could actually propel you forward. I know someone who's waiting for somebody who's finishing a lot of very intense school, and they literally met while this person was in school. So it wasn't like they had an established relationship before, very advanced education. So anyway, and so this person, this guy, is waiting for this girl, and they have a mutual understanding. So you can do that too. He's not a Leo, but it reminds me of a similar energy. So, you know, they can do it, you can do it, and don't be discouraged by someone being busy. Someone being busy is better than someone not being busy, right? So, very single. Message about who is your next person. So if you're very single, Leo, here is a message about who your next person is. Or if you're in a relationship and you're just like, okay, I'm out of here at some point, then maybe this is going to be giving you insight about who your next person may be. Okay, so let's see your cards. So we have the Four of Wands. This could be someone around your home. This could be like you could be living near them at a certain point in time. Right away, I got the energy that there's a lot of common ground here. There's a lot of like comfort and security, seeing each other in private spaces, spending time with each other in a positive way. And there's the Love card, the Two of Cups, the other one. It really feels as though there's a very strong attraction very quickly. It feels like something that's happened close to your home. It could even be a roommate for some of you guys that turns into something else. Something happens very quickly together. Some of you might have a pregnancy that starts really, really quickly with this person for some reason. Just moves along very quickly. There could be some kind of offer or chance that is ahead of you with this person. And yeah, Four of Cups, offers. It feels as though one or both of you are going to be just offering each other, just like be more liberal with each other, being more willing to offer each other things. You feel at ease and there's a natural trust between the two of you right away. Then we have the Two of Swords, which is Moon in Libra, not being really sure which way to decide about things. There could be an offer that comes up that's going to throw a question mark into the situation. And then we have the Ten of Wands. I feel as though there might be a call for you to go in a different direction, or for them to go in a different direction. But if you or they begin to do that, you will be very weighed down by this connection. It's not a connection that you're going to walk away from too easily. I think it's going to be something that you think about a lot. So most of you, whoever is the person walking away, there's something that's coming into your or their life that's pulling you in a new direction because there's a lack of information about which way to go. There's going to be this kind of heaviness with that departure. You know, you can't really leave that easy in this situation. So there's going to be a lot of people coming back, a lot of retrograde periods being filled with reconnection. It feels like a strong connection, and this came up a couple times in your reading now, Leo, where there's this real strong connection with someone and then things get in the way, life gets in the way. But I think that there's a resonance there that keeps calling you back or keeps calling them back, and so reintroducing each other to each other's lives. Okay, so now let's take a look at a message for the collective in love for the rest of the year for Leo. I'm just going to use a regular deck. It's a 9-card spread. Just some messages for you in case you're wondering what's happening next. So we have again the same message as our outcome card, which is Sun in Capricorn. So for some of you, Capricorns will be very important at this time. I like Leos and Capricorns together. They're not a natural pair, but it's a nice combination. Very go after it. Then we have the Three of Swords. There's definitely someone here who's taking care of themselves as they process some feelings, as they process some difficult emotions, so that they can get back on track and make some better choices in their life or in their relationships. I feel like there was impasse, which is the Eight of Swords. There was like a situation that you couldn't figure out, that you couldn't get through, and there was just conflict on the way, and so there was someone pulled away. Maybe it was you. It probably was you, to recenter and reground yourself so that you can step into the Mercury energy of the Magician, choosing something and initiating something with more groundedness, with more strength. The next message is the Ace of Wands, which is really great for you. It's a fire sign card, and it's come up a couple times in this reading today. So what this means is that there's some kind of new opportunity ahead of you. You might just reach some kind of impasse. You're like, I can't move forward in this direction on a situation that you're in. And I think that you will cut your losses essentially and go in a much more empowered direction, something that you truly want. The feeling is that you don't want to spend your life in a negative space emotionally. You don't want to spend your time worrying about something or constantly be put in an exchange with someone that's of a lower vibrational nature. And you're going to make the right choice, because look at these cards. It's like instinct. Trust your instincts, Leo, because they're going to take you in a positive direction. Like if you need to go somewhere suddenly, if you're like, I have to go there, I don't know why, I need to go and be in that space, then go there, because magical things will happen for you at that time. If you feel like something's not working for you and you're swimming against the current and it's not really working in your favor, then I really feel like honor that, allow the loss to happen, and then really quickly begin to go in this new direction that's of an inspired nature. Two of Cups everywhere. Venus is past Cancer already, so she's going to be in Scorpio soon, and that's about it for the water signs. This is Venus in Cancer, so we definitely have this kind of holding back and then initiating something very quickly for the right connection to happen. There's going to be a fast turnaround for you guys with regard to love. And I think that a situation that seems glim or drab or boring will turn into something that has a much more positive nature. We have Seven of Cups, Venus in Scorpio, there she is. So, and let's pull the Three of Cups. So someone's going to reach out to you for a reunion, reconnection. When Venus goes retrograde at the end of the year in December, this could happen for you at this time. I think, honestly, what I think happens for many of you, and this is different depending on your relationship status, but I do feel like there's a situation that sort of falls apart or gets cold, and you just go on your merry way and have a wonderful fall. But when December comes, it looks as though there's a reintroduction. Maybe that person sees you having a very good energy and wants to reconnect. Or there's something that confusing that happens. There's confusion that is brought into the circumstance. And through that, there will be some clarification of a confusion that will lead to a reunion. Maybe around when Venus goes retrograde in Capricorn. So that will be in December. When Venus goes retrograde, reunions will be happening a lot. So all of us are going to be getting Three of Cups everywhere. But for now, I feel like there's definitely a situation that you're not too excited about right up the front. Something that you may be experiencing a loss in or have already lost that's making you feel withdrawn or disconnected. And then you just sort of like say, no, I'm going to make this a beautiful life. And I think you do that. Some of you are going to have these connections, miracle connections, soulmate connections. And I think that there could be a possibility that there's going to be someone who you meet, and then there's going to be some separation between the two of you, and there's going to be a reconnection later. So much so that you might have a brief encounter with someone. You meet someone and say, hey, I really like this person, but for whatever reason you don't talk to one another together, and then you're like, that sucks because I really like this person. I really liked who this was. So there's your Three of Swords. But I think that like with this high energy that you're getting through the fall, I think that on the flip side of it, or on the other side, that person may be reintroduced into your life, and it might be catching you a bit off guard. It might be a big surprise. Let's see what's on the bottom. Nine of Pentacles. So enjoy yourselves, Leo, regardless of what the outside situation is at this time. Enjoy yourself. Get in touch with what matters most. Get in touch with, what makes you happy. Regardless of what the outside situation is, know that it's working out in your favor. The people who are meant to come back will. So if you're really missing someone, you're going to hear from them by the end of the year. There's also trust your instincts and go when you need to go somewhere, when you need to pursue something, when you feel like something's an opportunity. Don't waste a day. Don't waste 2 days. just go after what you want. It's kind of an unapologetic, unapologetic energy for Leo. The North Node in Gemini is really working in your favor at this time, and North Node in Gemini has been in Gemini for about a year now, and so it's in the latter part of stages of that transit, and that's a sextile to your placement in Leo, whether it's Sun, Moon, Rising, Venus, Mars, and so it's activating that, and it's creating new opportunities. You're writing a new story, you're reconciling things, and this is the first major harmonious aspect since the North Node was in Leo. So this is just a big activation point. I would not hold back. Use the rest of the year to feel the abundance come in, the relationships come in. Be nice to people, be open to people. Don't be pessimistic, and be open-hearted. Good things are coming in. Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to make the energy real. And I'll talk to you guys soon. Take care. Bye. Thank you so much. Hi Virgo, thank you for joining me and welcome to my channel. It's Veroosh and I'm a Virgo, and we're going to do a reading for the rest of 2021 in love. This is a members preview reading, meaning members watch it first and then I put it out for everybody else later. I hope you guys don't mind. I hope you enjoy it. And first of all, this is a special reading, so I'll explain how it goes as we move along. So we have number 24 first, which is a tarot card, a higher arcana, not necessarily a card with regard to like regular tarot. It really means a completion of things and a bigger perspective. Then we have the 7 of Cups, which is Venus in Scorpio. Okay, there's a lot of offers around at this time, Virgo, in terms of love. Then we have the number 20. This is not the last judgment. This is inner peace, or seeking inner peace, or looking in yourself for answers. Then we have the 8 of Fire, Sag, Leo, or Aries. This is actually Mercury in Sagittarius. Waiting to say something, say the right thing. And then we have Love. So somebody's waiting to say something to another person as the general frequency for the rest of the year. There's definitely confusion about love. There's also a lot of offers on the table. There's a lot of things that are being kind of suggested, or maybe different options around, but it's not quite clear what's going on. I sense as though there's kind of a bigger environment that you're dealing with. So you're dealing with new people, or like a different environment altogether. And so in this new environment, you need to have time to figure out like what's going on, which direction is the right path, which direction is the right path for you, which direction is important, and where you stand in all of it. But I think that there's going to be a period in which you're going to be taking a look inside, Virgo. You're going to be really considering your feelings about a situation, your feelings about someone, and you're going to be getting in touch with your feelings about a matter. And when you look deep down, I think that you will find love. I think you will find love within your heart. You will find the right words. You will feel the right things. You're going to identify how you feel about someone, how you feel about a situation, and you're going to really step into a frequency of loving something or someone, or being at peace with the type of love you have. If you're single, it's not necessarily love towards a specific person, but in some cases it's figuring out what kind of relationship you want, or what kind of person is drawing you in, or making peace with someone who has in some way confused you, or making peace with the situation. We'll take a look a little bit more in a sec. I made these cards for this reading, and they have several different love questions that encompass various different love situations. So I'm going to read 3 of those questions today, and at the end we're going to have a general love message for all Virgos. Okay, so here is your information. So first off, we have the next 3 weeks energy in love. So we have a forecast for the next 3 weeks. Let's use the Muse Tarot. Since I have it here, I'm really liking this energy. It's really nice with the backdrop of the water. Okay, so first, Mercury in Virgo, hyper communication or strong communication with regard to a matter. We also have the Two of Pentacles hiding behind, so we'll use that as one message. There's a communication, there's a strength, there's a financial strength or a material strength that is around you at this time, but yet that is motivating some sort of change. So financial change, financial independence, financial way of moving forward. And then we have the Tower energy, which means that there's a breakdown of a situation. Because of financial strength, because of financial independence, a situation is breaking down. And then we have the Magician, that's you, Virgo. That's a Mercury card, so it's the same ruler as your card. Somebody is coming through with an offer, or you're taking control of a situation. Wow, you're pulling some kind of very important move or change. Page of Voices, Page of Swords, Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra. Secondary transits in Earth, Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn. And then we have the Seven of Inspiration, Seven of Wands, and that is Saturn in Leo. And then we have the Fool, New Beginning. Virgo, you're going to make some power. You're taking a power move in terms of love, in terms of your circumstances. Could also mean that there's someone around you you're going to have a very quick experience, a very unexpected experience that's going to come up, and somebody is going to step up to the challenge. Somebody's going to be very bold towards you. They're going to tell you a lot of love. So there's a little bit of confusion that I'm seeing here. Remember, this is the next 3 weeks, and I think that this confusion is coming up because some things are changing. And then in all of this change, in all this transformation, there's someone who has a very bold energy towards you. They step up to the plate. They offer kindness towards you, beautiful words, or maybe this is you taking control of a situation. But there's definitely a person here who is kind of rising to the challenge and like being very assertive and showing love. And I think as you're ready for a change, I think that there's an energy of wanting change, wanting a different direction. I feel like there's an imposition on who you are, and I think that you want not everything to be the way that you want it to be, but I think that there's a level of assertiveness here. There's a level of, sort of taking control over circumstances, and especially with regard to situations that are unfair or unjust or corrupt. You're essentially going to say, no, I'm not going to go along with this. I have too strong of a position. I'm not going to allow these circumstances to sort of bring me down, and I'm going to embrace this new beginning. There's also a chance that you might hear from somebody who was very immature towards you in the past. And so I think there will be a rejection where you're going to reject this person from the past that caused you confusion, that caused you delays, that caused you problems, because I think you're going to turn your back on this person out of not frustration, but with kind of a frustrated energy, knowing that this person was irresponsible, they disrespected you in some way or the situation, and you don't want to be a part of that energetic signature anymore. So you're definitely like just really knocking down walls and going in a different direction and turning your back towards something new. I think this energy of something new is very enticing to you now. I sense you're fed up. I'm not fed up with anything, so I'm surprised. I'm like, oh, what is it going to be? I'm a Virgo, but yeah, but Virgos are fed up, so maybe it's the September Virgos out there. Hey, okay. So let's see the next question. We have current energy and love. Oh, Virgos, we're getting spoiled. Okay, current energy and love. Let's see. Let's use the Mermaid Tarot since we have a water theme. I've barely used this deck with this background so far. Okay, so let's see. Current energies in love. We have the Ten of Swords. Sun in Gemini. Done with it. Virgo's done. Virgo's done with something. Frustrated. It's over, Rover. And then we have the King of Wands. Sag, Leo, or Aries. I love this card. So pretty. I think that somebody really wants to say sorry, or someone really wants to sweeten the deal in a situation. Somebody really wants to say kind words, or, you know, something else. And then we have the Ace of Cups. You know, in a situation that might be near over, there might be a very quick turnaround, or there's someone who's watching a situation ended for someone, and they could be paying attention or watching to circumstances and offering love and offering a new beginning with them. So there could be another person who's interested in you, Virgo. If a situation has ended, if a relationship has ended, someone's on the sidelines paying attention to that and also interested in you. Then we have the Five of Pentacles. Okay. So I feel as though there's definitely, you're walking away from circumstances that were not reciprocal. So where there was just a one-way street, a one-way circumstance. Then we have the Eight of Swords. I'll talk about that all in just, I can sense you're so done with it. You're looking at things like, this was not worth my time. This was not a good situation. You know, you feel you feel like exploited a bit. You feel like manipulated and all these things. And look, you have the Star next. Very, very nice card. So a new beginning with an Aquarius for some of you. For others, it's not going to be an Aquarius, but someone who's very important. I feel like there's someone who's around who wants to say something to you, who wants to, you know, say that they love you, or say that they want you. They want to say loving things to you. I think that they see you doing an inner dive, deep dive within yourself. And I think that they're drawn to the authenticity of your energy. I think that you're turning your back on some really shady things, some really shady energies that when you look through them, you're just disappointed. You're just disappointed at how unfair they are, at how uncouth they are, how they're lopsided and not genuinely there. And I think you just don't like it. It's toxic. And so I think that you're turning your back without the expectation of anything. But when you turn your back, there's some kind of beautiful new beginning, and this new beginning is destined, and there's new relationship potential there. There's all these new better directions for you. So there's definitely some darkness in the past, something really unhealthy, unworkable, something that you have to move past. Toxicity. One person or a situation has created toxicity around you, and you're just, Virgos are all about health. So if something's not healthy, we gotta go. And so I think somebody sees you doing that, and I think they like that energy, and I think you're building in a positive energy from that. So you may feel like you're walking away by yourself, but you're not so alone. Somebody sees your boldness, somebody sees your authenticity and your genuine good nature, and you're going in a different direction. Okay, so that's some powerful energies for Virgos. You guys can tell me in the comments what's going on with that. Last question for today, and then we'll do a general. We have in a relationship, rocky but not bad. So what I meant by that is, you know, it's a relationship that may not be perfect. You might have your good times and your bad times. I'm trying to find, let's use this deck. It's a nice loving deck. But it's maybe not perfect, but it's not exactly where you want it to be. So let's see what's going on for you and your partner. Okay. So here is your first method, the shadow, the fear. So one partner is definitely afraid of something. They are, not you, right? They're afraid of something and they're failing to face it. They definitely in some way are creating a lot of falsity around this situation. There's a lot of lies, a lot of gaslighting, because they're refusing to come to terms with something. Then we have the Path, which is the card of Cancer, overcoming, coming to terms with things, a resolution. And then we have the Queen of Trees, Virgo. That's you, Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn, with a little bit of water there, nurturer energy. I think you're dealing with someone, with your partner. Your partner's facing some types of fears. Now, in certain circumstances, that might be you, Virgo, that's facing some kind of fears, and your partner is providing for you care and nurture. Somebody's helping you resolve some issues. Somebody's helping you to come to terms with some things. We have the Knight of Angels next, which is a Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra, secondary transits in air. And then we have the Last Judgment, the Awakening. This is the energy of Pluto and Mars. And then we have the Force, which is strength. This is the Leo card. I think that somebody's healing, and it might be an air sign, Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that. Somebody went through something and they're healing a broken wing, right? They've been hurt in some way, and it's making this relationship tough. But I think that you're providing a lot of care and nurture towards this person and towards this situation. And it's your love or their love that's helping you to overcome your fears, apprehensions, and worries. There's like a light at the end of the tunnel. There's something that's guiding you forward in this direction, and there is something that this person or this situation is trying to heal and trying to in some way, get away from or move to a happy place. Now, for some of you, this is you, Virgo, trying to get back to being the Queen of Trees from a position of, the devil can mean something like trauma, where you've suffered a trauma and you have not been quite yourself for a long time because of the trauma, and now you're fighting to get back to yourself again. Could be an air sign around you, Virgo, and so maybe this is your partner or somebody else. But in terms of this, we're looking at a relationship that's functional, so I'm thinking it's your person, or maybe this is an expression of you. But I think that this is a healing energy. I feel like this is someone who is healing a situation that where they got sick or mentally ill or had some kind of depression, anxiety, some trauma happened, and so they're healing that and trying to come back into themselves. There's a big decision to move forward too. There's a really big decision to make changes in a big way, to regain power and control in your life towards that which you want. So over the next little while, 6 months, 4 months, you're going to be doing a lot of healing. There's going to be a lot of facing your issues and working through your issues, and then making a sizable change towards a new direction within this relationship together. I feel as though there's a lot of support there from one partner to the other. So this is a time of healing. The last card here is love. So be hopeful that this is a good outcome. In fact, the shadow represents that there was something very malefic around you. There was a bad intention person, someone who was very harmful to you, hurtful to you, and you're getting away from that. But I think your partner understands, or maybe if this is your partner, then you understand their circumstances and there's a healing going on. So that's a very nice message. I'm glad I picked this deck. This deck can be very helpful. This is the Art of Love Tarot for things like, narcissistic abuse, or like any kind of heavy emotional trauma that's going on for people. So it's a nice energy. So now, Virgo, let's take a look at your general energy for singles and couples. Let's see if there's a message for you going on. Singles and couples in love. Singles and couples in love. Let's see. So we have the Hermit first. Sun in Virgo, Moon in Virgo. And then we have the Devil again. That can be a Capricorn card too. Very important. There's definitely some stressful energy around you, whether that's someone with a mental health illness or someone who's being aggressive or being a bully. There's definitely something that is causing dis-ease in your situations, in your circumstances, or has been up until this point. I feel like there's a real departure in a new direction. It's affecting your love life because it's so toxic. I can really sense that someone is essentially like just trying to infuse your life with their toxicity, and it might be to gain power or control in a situation or something like that. At the center we have the Empress, which is the feminine energy of Venus, and then we have the Eight of Cups, which is Saturn in Pisces. Okay, let's see what's next. We have the Knight of Pentacles, Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. Virgo, you're meant to go in a different direction. Definitely. And this involves your relationships, but you can do so much better than where you're at. There's definitely like, you need to pick up and go in a different direction. There's something, turn your back on whatever's toxic. It's affecting your love life. It's affecting your mind. And then we have the Nine of Pentacles. You're going to find a lot of prosperity in the new directions that you're going in. On the bottom, we have the Lovers energy, which can represent love or Gemini. I have a feeling that there's definitely a negative influence for many of you. This negative influence is around the topic of work. And I think that you're doing a good job. However, I feel like you have a bully at job, or you have some other kind of aggressive energy. For many of you, what I'm picking up on is that there is a malefic, toxic person with ill intentions. Very toxic, underhanded, manipulative. There's some kind of like someone who smiles evil eye sort of thing. And you don't know where it is. That's what I think it is. And I think you might have a hunch, but you're in the process of figuring out what that is. As you figure out who and what this is going to become unveiled to you through the next little while. You are going to turn your back on it and reprioritize for yourself what matters. Now, those of you who are single, you might have some kind of a fling or some kind of a romantic, friendly connection with someone, something to pull you away from paying attention to the things that are malefic in your life, the things that are negative. You're leading towards a very happy home, a lot of prosperity, a lot of success. I just feel as though something's harping down on you, something's making you sick at this time, and I think your priority is to like get out of there. I think someone sees it though. Remember with the, I don't know which, it was with the Dame Darcy deck, we had the King of Wands. So there's this guy. I saw this guy and he was looking up here in the Eight of Wands. There's someone who's watching over you go through things, Virgo. There's, no matter what your situation is, there's someone who's kind of like they're sending you good energy. They want your success. They want you to get out of the thing that you've gotten yourself mucked into. It's unfortunate that there's like pigs in the world. It's unfortunately that there's like just gross people in the world that sort of latch on to others and they sort of try to suffocate things for others. There's like a narcissism there, but unfortunately, I think you've come upon such a situation. And I don't think it's that deep. I don't think it's actually something that can harm you or that can really get in your way, because I see you essentially just, you need to not gray rock. You need to remove yourself from this situation. Gray rocking means staying in a situation, continuing it, even though it's bad, but this is just leave, turn your back on it, embrace yourself, and like stay away from the negativity, stay away from the harping down energy. This could be somebody you're casually dating, and all it takes is for you to block them and move on with your life. I think that this is someone with a low self-esteem. I'm just getting all sorts of like toxic bad energy, so let's leave it at that. stay away from this bad person, stay away from this bad energy, and all will be good. Virgos, thank you guys so much for watching. I want to wish everyone who's having a birthday in August happy birthday, and September Virgos. Members, this is out early for you, and we'll watch it all together later at some point. And thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Take care. Bye. Good luck and love. Hi Libra, welcome to my channel. This is your reading for love for the rest of the year. This message is going to be posted for members first. Once in a while I do a members only video and then a preview video, and then I post it for everyone later. So this is kind of a gift from the members to you in a way, so you guys can say thank you, members. Okay, so let's take a look at your love energy for the rest of the year. Okay, so we have the Two of Water. That's the Two of Cups in the regular tarot. It's ruled by Venus in Cancer. Then we have the Queen of Air, Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra. That could be you with regard to certain situations. And then we have the 15, which is not the Devil card like in the regular tarot. This is a protective energy. So the dragon is watching over the woman who's kind of taking care of something. She looks like she might be planting something, something in the ground, something of that sort. Then we have the Seven of Cups. Okay, this is Venus in Scorpio energy. And then we have the King of Cups, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio energy. This could be any sign, and especially in love, this could signify that someone is around you who wants to show you a lot of love, who has a lot of love for you. I think that there's a big passion or a pull that you have towards someone. There's a big passion or pull that you feel towards a person. There's a lot of very intense feelings that you're feeling towards this person. This person is encompassing a lot of your thoughts in your day. But I think that also at the same time, you have had some profound connection in love that is setting your mind on a certain path. A connection in love is setting your mind on a certain path, and I think you're looking for something specific at this time. When I'm looking at your September astrology, it's looking very, very intense. So even at the end of August, it's already kind of a lot. It's not bad a lot, but it is a lot of energy there. And so there will be a lot of changes that all of you will be going through, Sun, Moon, and Rising Libras. And I feel that you're being drawn to challenge yourself, challenge your environment, challenge the status quo, approach things from a different perspective. And so as you are challenging these things, as you're changing things in a different direction, I think that you will in some way be taking a look at the circumstances that you have going on around you and really wanting to understand what's going on. What is the nature of this relationship? Why is this relationship this way? Okay, so this is just a general overview of the energies. What I'm doing in this reading is I have 3 questions, love questions, that we're going to answer together. So some of these questions are going to pertain to some of you, others are going to pertain to others. And so yes. And then at the end, I'll do a general love message for all of you. So hold tight for that. Okay, so first question that we're answering today in love is, what are they saying behind your back? Interesting, this hasn't come up yet. Let's see what kind of, I'll use the Aquarian tarot because, you know, Aquarian moons, Sag, Leo, or Aries for some reason came through. Okay, okay, so let's see your energies for what is this love interest of yours or person that you're in a relationship with saying behind your back. We have the 5 of Cups. Let's not pass judgment yet. Right away what I get is that they're telling other people that they're sad that things have been going the way that they have been going. So they're remorseful. They're saying that they don't really know what to do about a situation. They feel like things have gotten too difficult and they don't really know like how to help things along. I think that if you are a woman, then they're saying like, this is my wife, this is my perfect partner, this is the person that I see myself having children with, or, you know, having a significant relationship together. And then we have the Four of Cups. And so this is Moon in Cancer. And then we have the Queen of Cups, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, secondary transits in water as well. And then we have the King of Cups again. So that's the same energy as here, Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio. I have a feeling that whoever you're dealing with is talking possibly to a couple people, like friends of yours. And I think that they're offering some kind of consolation, some kind of help, some kind of perspective on things. I think that they're really wanting to connect with their feelings. I think that they're recognizing in their dissatisfaction how they truly feel. So they're recognizing in their dissatisfaction, like that the fact that they're sad that it's happening the way it has been happening between the two of you is motivating them to, in some way, recognize their own feelings. Like, I really care about this person and it's going kind of wonky and I'm disappointed by the things that have been happening and I don't really know how to solve this situation yet. But yet, I think they're recognizing that this is an important relationship for them. Some of the people that you're dealing with, for some of you, this person is actually talking to counselors or talking to psychologists or counselors to help them figure out exactly what's going on. I think they're getting some perspective with regard to situations. They're getting sort of an offer, an emotional explanation on how to approach this situation. And I get that these conversations are of a positive nature. They're empowering them to step into their King of Cups energy so that they're more loving, they're more compassionate, so that they are in touch with their feelings and not so afraid of them. So I think that the conversations they're having are of a positive nature. I don't see anything malicious or malefic going on. I think that they're simply telling people that they're sad that things have not been working out in the best way possible, and that they wish that they get better in time. And they're asking for help, which is okay, right? And then, so the next question is for those of you who are recently single in the last year. So in about the last year, give or take, you know, if you're recently single, right? If you feel recently single and it's been 2 years, that's okay too. Okay, let's see. Libras, Sun, Moon, and Rising who are recently single. Let's see what's up. So first message is the Five of Pentacles. So you're getting over a situation that drains you financially especially. And we have the Emperor. But you got back on your feet again, or you're on your way to get back on your feet again. And I think that there's a certain degree of strength that you feel in that. Let's see the next message. We have the Queen of Cups energy, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, secondary transits in water as well. And the Two of Pentacles, that's come up, I think, somewhere else. Has it? No. And then we have the Ten of Wands energy. Okay, so somebody's going to tell you something that's going to trigger you. I'm going to tell you, quite frankly, you're going to be bouncing back very well from this situation. And I think you'll be gaining a lot of personal strength and independence from whatever happened, whatever exchanges happened that were degrading to you or that lowered your frequency. I think that those things are being addressed and reconciled at this time. However, somebody is going to say something that's going to send your head spinning. So somebody's going to relay information to you about your ex, about or maybe something to do with them or something around them. And that's going to make things for you difficult. You're going to face the consequences of hearing about, you know, what's going on with them, how things are going on, and why things are happening the way they're happening. This is like another step in you letting go and moving on from the situation. So I feel like, you know, it's a bit of a challenge in the sense that you're being challenged to kind of really let go and not care that whether they're prospering, whether they're struggling, so you can really just walk away. You're going to hear something about them that's going to make you feel as though it's just going to be sour, the whole experience of being with them. Either, you know, you realize that some dishonest thing happened, or I'm getting the fact that maybe they've just moved on and they don't care in some situations. But I think that these are like important things for you to also know. On some level, I do feel like the Queen of Cups can be a bit of a gossip, which means that she can say things that are unnecessary sometimes. So just because you know something doesn't mean you need to say it. So I feel like maybe I question the messenger a little bit, or where the message is coming from. But I think that when you hear this information, it's going to set you free. And it's going to set you free to really step into your energy of what currently is going on, and success and all these kinds of things, and a way forward. There is these cards here, Seven of Cups and the King of Cups. And to me, this signifies that if a relationship has ended, particularly if you were the one who ended a relationship, I think you're picking up the pieces and you're moving towards something much better. So even if this person is off with someone else and it seems like they're having a great time, you're off to something better than you could have ever received from this individual. So it's not really about whether or not, how do you say, like, it's not about where they're at. It's about what they could have offered to you. So if you had stayed with them, then it would have been, you've made the right decision. That's all I'm saying. This person was a drain on you, and it doesn't matter what they're up to. It doesn't matter how successful they are or how happy they are at this time. You will see the karma of this play out, maybe not on the timeline that you're expecting, but ultimately you will see karma come through and reconcile and work this out, right? So yeah, so Five of Pentacles means that this person was not reciprocating to you, that they were not giving back to you in a fair and just manner, and they can seem like they're getting that relationship with someone else, but trust me, behind closed doors, I'm guessing it's probably more of what you experience. So it's very likely, it's hard to see what's happening behind closed doors in a relationship. And so just because you see them on Instagram or Facebook, smiling and being happy, that doesn't mean that that's necessarily how things are playing out behind closed doors. Needless to say, I don't think it's your business or something you need to concern yourself with, because that's just what it is, right? And so it is what it is. And so it's, if anything, you should feel remorse for the new person, if there is a new person, or feel sad for whatever's going on. If this person is struggling without you, again, I know that you can't help that situation. That's a situation this person needs to help themselves with. So there is this like level of guilt or remorse or feeling bad for stepping away from a situation, but I think you need to do that for yourself. I think that you need to, you did the right thing, and you're already seeing results. You just get sort of, somebody's going to say something that's going to bring you back to it a little bit. But as time continues, and once you've moved on, you'll realize that this was the right decision, the right direction. Okay. So last but not least, twin flames and separation. Ooh, I added this one in. I made these cards myself. I thought it would be fun. Let's use these cards because they're very like airy-fairy. Okay, twin flames and separation. What's up? Word up to the twin flames out there. Big up. Okay, so let's see what your energy is. We have the Four of Cups. Okay, Four of Wands, sorry. Happy home, happy family. Five of Pentacles. So you were very, very happy together, but because of financial reasons or physical reasons, there was a distance there. And then we have the Knight of Pentacles, Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. Secondary transits in air, Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra. Then we have the Knight of Swords, Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra. And then we have the Six of Swords, which is Saturn in Gemini. Yep, that's right. In Aquarius, sorry. And then we have the King of Pentacles, Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. That coordinates to the King of Cups. Okay. Well, I think that, okay, so let's see. If you're in separation, well, there was a happy home and a happy family, but there was some kind of financial difficulty oh, that's what it is. Somebody didn't have enough money, and so they had to go off and make more money, get more secure in themselves. They're coming back as the King of Pentacles. Do you see? From the Knight of Pentacles to that. In between, they've got sort of caught up on some kind of problem. There was a conflict, or there was some kind of situation where there was a confrontation that sort of set them back, but they're on their way back to you already. I think it's already, they're already coming back towards you. There's a reconciliation on the horizon. There is delays due to a situation, possibly to do with an air sign, but this person is on their way back. So when I'm saying, so for example, like your person, your twin flame, had to go and get more materially grounded, get more money, get more security, what have you. And in the process of doing that, so there was this separation that was actually motivated by the need for them to get more of a stronger foothold in this world. And so this Knight of Swords energy came in with some kind of confrontation. There was a confrontation upon your person who was doing everything they could to get more money, to get more stability, and so forth. And so as they were on their way back to you, once they have already, you know, achieved what they were going to achieve, I think that something came up for them that led them to a bigger delay than they had intended. And so they're coming towards you as the King of Pentacles, but you just have to let them figure out whatever it is that is going on with this Knight of Swords. There's a disruptor energy here. So this could be, yeah, just, it could be something long-winded, like, you know, if they're selling a house, it could become like a convoluted situation. Or if they have to in some way address a certain issue, it just gets long-winded and they get tied up with something. If it's a business matter, something's going to get more complicated and their situation's going to get tied up a bit. So be patient with this situation. They're coming back to you, but there was something that's kept them away. Another situation, it's not another love situation, it's like something to do with money or finances. Okay, so that's the 3 questions in love that we're going to answer today. Let me know in the comments how you like this, type of reading. Now let's take a look at your tarot cards for the upcoming 4 months. This is a general reading for singles and couples. So we have the 8 of Wands, the Moon. I'm picking up for you right away that there's definitely hidden feelings that are going to be revealed over the next several months. There's secret feelings, there's things that are not being said up front, and I think that there's, like, you're waiting for candid conversations with someone. Then we have the 9 of Swords, which is Mars in Gemini, and then we have the Hermit card. Okay, so I feel as though there's information that is coming to someone, some light is being shown on an issue, somebody's not seeing exactly what's going on, but there's an answer that's coming to them about relationships and about circumstances. We have the Temperance card next, and then we have the Page of Cups, okay, and then we have the 7 of Wands. I think that there's an offer, there's an improvement in circumstances. I really get the fact that somebody has been feeling extremely sad with regard to their love relationship. Somebody has been feeling discouraged or feeling like they need to cut something out, move on from a situation. Maybe they have been self-isolating a bit. And I think that towards them, there's being generosity extended. Something is extending generosity, love, and care, and trust, and all of these things. This person is going to have this infusion of love that's coming into their life from their person, if there is a person, or from positive love energies around them. And they're going to gain resilience over this time period. They're going to I think that they've almost given up on love in one way or another, and there's going to be a message, that messages either directly from a person or the universe is going to conspire to provide that kind of environment to re-inspire love, to re-inspire hope in love. So you'll have various experiences to light love in your heart again. Then we have the Queen of Cups. She came up already. Remember, she came up as a bit of a gossip. So there could be someone who's compassionate and yet gossipy around. And then we have the Magician next. Okay, that's a nice energy. A step forward, and the Three of Swords. So there's definitely been skirting around an issue. Look, Knight of Pentacles again. Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. There's been definitely some skirting around an issue, a pink elephant in the room. Someone is unhappy, but there's no conversation about this situation. And so over the next 4 months, I think those conversations will happen. I think somebody's refusing to talk about something, and I think that there's going to be a concerted effort by someone around you to push that conversation to happening. That forcing the issue to talk about something, forcing the issue to no longer, it's almost like somebody is being kept from having a conversation about something, and that's leading to their suffering. And so that is the universe or someone else, a specific person, is in some way provoking that conversation to be had, so that either that person is released, or the issue is addressed, or the confusion is worked out. Somebody is being kept in the dark in order to increase the power of somebody else. And so there's a conversation that will happen, and more personal empowerment will rise. I have a feeling that there's some kind of news or some kind of information. The Queen of Cups energy, you know, gossip is problematic, right? It brings good and bad, because on some level it brings the truth to situations that lets people be free, but on other levels it provokes sadness or broken hearts, or opens up things that may not necessarily need to be addressed. But in this situation, I feel like there's information or messages or news coming through that is going to clarify an issue, a stale issue that has been not kept, that has been ignored, and finally some blockage is being removed so that true love can prosper. And especially for those of you who are single and have been single for a while, I feel like this will dislodge you from not being open to love or not having that relationship. If you're within a relationship, your partner could be literally icing you out and not talking to you about certain things. And now there's going to be a push to have that conversation. There's going to be possibly a third party, not in terms of adultery, but like a sister or a brother, a mom, stepping in and saying, okay, you have to have this conversation because it's leading to suffering, it's leading to heartbreak. There's going to be a push. There's definitely going to be a push to try to make something happen. There's this get on with it attitude for the rest of the year for you. So any confusion that you're being left with from situations, whether you're single or coupled, is going to be resolved. It's going to be addressed, and there's going to be a lot of energy that is going to be pushing the agenda into conversation. You have to have a conversation about this. You have to address the broken heart. You have to talk about the pink elephant in the room, or it just stays there. Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed this. I know it's a little intense. It's my first reading of the day, but I wish you guys lots of luck and love, and I'll do more of these soon, so you will get updates, and hopefully there'll be more positive. Just as a heads up, in September, you guys are getting some really intense energies as the inner planets start to move through Libra. And so that will cause a lot of interesting squares, especially to Pluto. And so be patient with that. But also really nice energies as the inner planets start to trine Aquarius, and your sun, your Libra sun season is going to start as well. So it's kind of going to be a lot, but not necessarily in a bad way. It's going to push things along. So I think we're getting this. I think that it would be interesting to see a reading like this after Libra season, or after the sun passes its square to Pluto. So there's definitely some things that are on the horizon for you to work out. And I think your timeline of them working out is Libra season. I think that a lot of things will come for you to a head in terms of love at that time. Okay, thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to make the energy real. I will talk with you soon. Take care. Bye. Hi Scorpio, thank you for joining me and welcome to my channel. This is Veroosh and this is your reading for the love for the rest of 2021. First of all, this reading is a members preview reading, which means that members get to see it first. It's a thank you to the members. These videos usually don't do as well with the public because once the members watch them, it just messes up the algorithm, but I don't care. I just want to do extra readings for members, so it's a way to give back and say thanks. Scorpio, we're going to take a look at your energy for the rest of the year. I have a surprise type of reading. It's a new type of reading that I've came up with, and at the end of this reading we're going to do the general, so you'll see what happens. First off, we're going to take a look at your general energies for the next 6 months or 4 months, 5 months, whatever it is. So we have the 6 of Cups first. So that's Sun in Scorpio. That's you guys. That's your energy right there. So right away it's saying that there's going to be significant emotional stuff going on where you feel very open towards someone. There's a lot of compassion. There's a lot of care. Then we have the 8 of Cups. And this is a bit of a release of stress of the past and embracing the future and moving forward with regard to what kind of energy that you are coming to circumstances with. This is the Seneschal, which is sort of like the Knight of Pentacles, a Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn energy with some air there as well, Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra. It doesn't have to be those signs. And then the King of Air, Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra with a little bit of fire, Sag, Leo, or Aries. Again, doesn't have to be that gender, doesn't have to be those signs. And then we have the love energy. Wow, okay. So there's a pretty strong frequency of something being lit up for you in terms of love at this time. So over the next few months, I think there's an openness that's coming to you. I've already looked at your astrology for like up to October or so, and there is definitely some new beginnings with love, coming to terms with the love that you have, fixing love situations, improving on the love that you have. I think also there's a getting on with things sort of energy that many signs are going to experience. And so you're no different than that. You're going to be experiencing this desire to move forward with things. You know what you're doing. You know exactly what kind of circumstances you've been in. It's a time of release of the past. I think you're coming to terms with how you feel about things and how you feel about people. I also feel as though there's a really strong bond with an air sign. I feel like the air sign is a guiding force in your life, somebody who gives you perspective and insight. And I think kind of points to the right directions in your life, points to what is right, points to the kind of situations you want to be involved in. Now, this could be the person that you are in love with, or this could be the type of person that you are looking for, but air signs are going to be very important for you in the fall. Okay, so I have some cards that I made up for you guys. These are handmade, so I'm sorry for, you know, the quality of the writing and so forth, but there's going to be 3 questions concerning 3 different types of relationships that you're going to have. and I'm going to answer each one. Then again, at the end, we're going to do a collective message. So if your type of situation in love is not in these questions, then we are going to see some other messages. Sorry about my nail. I was doing gardening. What will a relationship be like with this person? So if you're wondering what kind of if you're wondering about a particular type of relationship, and you're wondering what kind of relationship you're going to have with this individual, let's see what kind of a situation we're looking at. So your first card is the Empress, which is Venus energy. This person's going to celebrate you, or you're going to feel a lot of passion. There's a lot of motherly energy in this relationship. We have the Two of Cups. I love this card in this deck. It's so pretty. So there's definitely, you know, a strong sense of companionship and friendship. Three of Pentacles, a goal to achieve, a goal to move forward with what you want. And then we have the Ten of Swords, Sun in Gemini energy. And then closure with regard to some things, Ace of Wands. Okay, what will a relationship be like? There's definitely a closure to some events in the past, Two of Wands. There's a closure and a beginning with regard to this relationship. So if you choose to pursue this relationship or continue in this relationship, I feel as though it's a departure from things of the past. So whatever's been in the past, either you or they have a past. Now, we all have a past, but in this case, this is a past that sort of maybe haunting or difficult or otherwise disturbing to you, or otherwise kind of takes up a lot of mental space in your life. And so whatever the nature of the relationship is, I think you're moving past that in some way. There's a significant departure from the ways of the past, from the types of relationships you were involved in the past. There's definitely a desire to step away, to move forward. Now, this is the important part in this reading, is the Ace of Wands and the Two of Wands, which means that whatever you're leaving behind, you're moving towards new perspectives, new ways of looking at things, new ways of seeing the world. I have a feeling that there's a lot of like love to do in this relationship. There's a lot of sympathy between two people, and by that I mean that they have a lot of compassion for one another. You may have met this person at work, or you may be working with this person at some point. Or maybe your work is a very important aspect to do with this relationship, which means that you need someone to support you in your work, to support you in what you are doing, to support you in what you want. I feel as though this is really saying goodbye to something in the past. I sense one or both people had very problematic relationships in the past, something that really prevented you to be free, to be yourself. Something that stifled you. That's what I'm getting. And so in this, it's almost like two people leaving the storm. Two people leaving the storm of bad relationships and finding in each other genuine friendship, genuine likeness, similarity of disposition, and knowingness. It's so interesting. When I did your guys' last reading, there was some kind of a knocking, and now there's another type of knocking. So it's just pointing out that the last reading, I think Scorpio reading, there was a knocking as well. But I think that there's this, you have something to nurture, you have something to take care of, and I think that it feels like a strong familiarity between yourself and this other person that you have in mind. And so essentially, I think that there's like a history there that you're leaving behind, one or both people. It's a history that leaves you in had left you in a lower space in energy-wise. It's a frequency that sort of prevented you from being who you wanted to be, or being the way you wanted to be, and so forth. And I feel like now with this person, you're beginning this new path. It's a real departure from the past. It's saying goodbye to the past and hello to the future. Goodbye to the types of relationships that were disadvantageous towards you in the past, and embracing the possibilities of better future relationships. So very nice. It's like us against the world, Thelma and Louise type energy, really leaving things behind. Here is the next message. So the other kind of question that we're going to answer today, we're going to answer 3. Will they come back? So if you were in a relationship that went sour, let's take a look to see if they are going to come back. Let's use this deck. I haven't used this one yet. And let me know in the comments how you guys like this reading, and if you have any suggestions on what to do different. I'm modifying it as we go. If you look back on the Cancer and Capricorn reading, it's already different. So we have the Universe card, which is the World, Saturn. And then we have the Knight of Pentacles, Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn. That's the same as the Seneschal. And then we have the Teacher, which is Taurus, Hierophant energy. Somebody has definitely gone on some kind of a personal quest of personal development, personal growth. There's been a lot of stress to do with this relationship that probably led this person to go in a different direction. This person didn't like the way they were before. They didn't like who they were. They didn't like what kind of energy you were a part of something in their life that they didn't like about themselves. They wanted to be much more robust. They wanted to be much more, how do you say, expansive. They were fitting into a role that was imposed on them by others. And you met them at a time when they were very much living by the narrative that other people had suggested for them. And so they're going through like a spiritual journey. They're going through a spiritual development. And I think they're coming to terms, like they're taking their power back. So I think that in terms of if they come back, if they do come back, or if this relationship rekindles, I think you're going to be dealing with a completely different person. So I think until they figure all those things out, until they become who they want to be, male or female, right? The Queen of Wands, King of Wands sort of vibe, then I don't think that I think they're very unsettled with who they are. I think they're not because they don't have a personality disorder. What it feels like is that they were, what they were or what they are was imposed on them by other people. So you are this way or you are that way. And they never got to actualize themselves. They never got to stand up for themselves and say, this is the way that I am. This is who I am. And so they met you at this crossroads in their life in which they were figuring out who they were. They needed expansion. Now, for some of you, the roles are reversed, and maybe this was an aspect of yourself, that you met someone when you were really stifled, really limited. And so therefore, if this relationship is to rekindle, if this relationship is to restart, it really has to do with you or this other person getting to be who you really are inside, and finding avenues through which to be that way, to show yourself, to be yourself, the Empress energy. So it's like taking your power back. So two scenarios. There could be a situation in which this person is continually trying to find who they are. There's a stress energy. Sorry about my arm. So there's a continual stress energy. They weren't happy with their surroundings. They weren't happy with the people that they were around. It was all imposed on them. It wasn't they were not in a good energy there. And so they need to branch out. So one of two scenarios happens. They change and they come back, and then you're dealing with a different person in some way, or what you saw in them before comes through and they become of themselves, or this person is so different that it may be different person than you had completely dealt with before. Now, here is the thing. there's really strong indications that there's a strong connection between you and this person. There's strong indications that, you know, there's a connection between you and this person, that there's love there, that there's a loving, you know, frequency there. And so, yeah, there's strong indication that there's love. There's strong indication that there's passion, there's love, that there's something glue that's holding you together. So I think that this person, you or this person, are going through a drastic change. And that's going to be the big question mark in terms of whether this relationship can stick, because you know them the way they were before, or they know you the way you were before. And so now it's different. So is there still love there? I don't know. I'd like to think so. I'd like to think that there's a like an underlying current of love that people feel, right? That it's not the external things, or it's not like all these different factors, that we do have inside of us some kind of a primal love frequency. So, okay, so if you are recently single in the last year, here is a little message for you. And that's the third one we're going to do today. I cut one out because the readings were getting too long. So just for the purpose of making it work, we did 3. The Cancer and Capricorns got 4. Lucky guys. Okay, Scorpio. So we have 7 of Wands, 7 of Inspiration. And then we have the Priestess energy. And then we have the 7 of Pentacles, Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. I don't know why that came through. 7 of Pentacles is Saturn in Taurus. And then we have the 8 of Pentacles, that's Sun in Virgo. And then we have the 6 of Voices, okay? This is Saturn in Aquarius. And then we have the Ace of Pentacles, New Beginning, okay? So you're meant to move somewhere, I think. You're meant to change your path. So if you've been single for a recent time, you're not going to meet someone where you're at this time. I think that there could be a new beginning for you, work up ahead, new financial opportunities. I think that you're in this phase of sticking up for yourself. You're in this phase of moving forward in a path that's good for you, like reclaiming your space, reclaiming what you were meant to do. I think that a relationship has led you to a detour. So you sort of went somewhere else than where you were meant to be with this person, because of this person, or so forth. And so now you're kind of reclaiming lost territory, lost ground. So for the next 6 months, this is by the end of the year, I think that you'll be beginning something of a financial nature in a new direction, and that's going to be your primary concern, more so than a relationship. And I think there's going to be a lot of this moving on where, like, you moved somewhere and you ended up somewhere because of this relationship, and now this is you need to reclaim yourself. You need to reclaim your direction, your territory, and begin something new. I think something very successful is coming up for you of a financial nature, and there's going to be some really great outcome with regard to finances, with regard to success. Okay, so that's what I'll say about that. Let's see what's on the bottom here. Page of Emotions. So it is saying that you're leading towards a new relationship. That's almost like an Ace of Cups energy. But I think before that happens, you're going to have to reorient yourself. You're going to have to go in a different direction. Where you're at is not where it's at. It's to do with the past. And now you're meant to go in a different direction. Okay, and a lot of financial success. So congratulations with that. Okay, so now, last but not least is the general reading. I'm looking for my Rider-Waite deck. So this is just a general reading, whether you're single or a couple and everything in between. Let's see what's going on for love in Scorpio, Sun, Moon, and Rising by the end of the year. Okay, so we have the Knight of Wands, Sag, Leo, or Aries. Then we have the 4 of Pentacles, which is Sun in Capricorn. And then we have Justice, which is Libra. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so I think you've waited something out in a situation, and someone was around you that was a distracting energy, and you sort of waited for them to go. And I think that there was this rebuttal that you did by not participating in their advances. It could have been somebody flirting with you or making passes at you or just complicating circumstances for you. The next message is the High Priestess. Okay, and this is moon energy. And then let's see what's next. We have the Five of Wands. Five of Wands is next. And then we have the Seven of Wands, which is Saturn in Leo. And then we have the Ten of Pentacles, which is Mercury in Virgo, some kind of new communication. Then we have Aries, which is at the Emperor. And then we have the Two of Swords. Okay, this is Moon in Libra. Okay, Scorpio, so let's take a look. There's some kind of communication that's coming your way. Somebody who's very important to you is going to reach out. So someone who you have an established relationship with, or someone who you love very much, is going to reach out to you and give you, I think, some kind of something to decide upon. But I don't think you're going to be clear on what you want to decide, how you want to approach this, what you think of this situation. I also feel like, I also feel as though there's a lot of you, I think that there's a big lift that's coming off of your shoulders in the next 4 months. A lot of stress that someone was imposing on you is going to be lifted. I feel like someone, you've had a lot of psychic attacks, or you've had a lot of imposition from somebody. Somebody was projecting a lot, or really in their feelings towards you, or really had a strong opinion of you that was distracting you from the life that you want. And I think that you've been like on the defensive a lot up until this point. And so I think that defensiveness, that careful trying to protect yourself from the messy behavior of somebody else is going to help you and alleviate things for you now. And I think that it's kind of like a sigh of relief from the stress and the imposition of other people's behavior. And then you can start thinking about love again, because you've been so on the defensive and so excuse me, riled up or stressed out about a situation that like your hair's been on end, and so you can't really focus on love, on relationships, because it's been just stressful. It's been naggy and stressful and very uncomfortable. And so essentially you've been in some way under a lot of pressure from an external force, and now that pressure is being alleviated, I feel like you are able to reconnect with what matters and make some decisions about love moving forward, whether it's with your person or just in terms of where you want to be and what kind of circumstances you want. You're reclaiming your sovereignty. You're reclaiming your strength and power and independence. So yeah, it's a big sigh of relief. Like, get on with the program, get on with the show. Something was very confusing, very uncomfortable, and you've really moved past it. And now you can get back to what matters and what's important and carry on, okay? So thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to make the energy real. I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye. Hi Sagittarius, thank you for joining me and welcome to my channel. It's your reading for the rest of the year. I'm Veroosh, and I'm doing this a second time over. So This is just an error on my part that I did too. It's just because I figured out a cool way to read, which you're going to see today. But first off, we're going to take a look at some overall energy for everyone for the next 3 or 4 months. Members, you get to see this first, so I hope you enjoy. Sorry to take my time with getting these out to you. Okay, so first energy that we have is the number 14. This is the Dreams of Gaia Tarot. It's not temperance at all. This is some kind of harmony that you are connected with to your environment. And then we have the 9 of Cups. I see you as really locking in what you want for the rest of the year. And that really shows to the people around and signals to them what you want, why you want it, and what's appropriate. Then we have the 10 of Water. You're happy regardless of your situation through the rest of the year. I think that you feel very satisfied. You have found your core. You have found your center. The South Node is going through your sign at this time. And whenever the South Node travels through our placement, it helps us release things of the past and will help you feel free, you know, moving forward. Then we have, look at the 6 of Water. What is this water energy around you? Many of you might be actually falling in love or already in love at this time. This card, though, says that it's sort of irregardless of what your outside situation is. And then we have number 18. This is not the moon. So, I think you're gaining some powerful insight about life through the end of the year. You're gaining some powerful understanding of which way you need to go. I feel like you have harmonically connected with other people, and so people around you and in relationships around you, there's stability and there's trust. And especially in relationships that are established, so family relationships and friendships. This is not new relationships. This is people who you've known for a very long time. Those relationships are stable and solid and very, very grounded. And they're proving their purpose. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing. So there's a kind of falling in line sort of energy and alignment that's happening for you. That's allowing you to look deeper into something, because you feel like you don't have to manage problems with several different people. You're looking deeper at circumstances, or you're looking at something of interest to you on a deeper level as well. Okay, so the way this reading works is I have these cards that I made, and then there are questions on the cards, and there are different types of relationship situations. We're going to pull 3 cards, 1, 2, 3, and then on each card will be a question for a type of relationship that may be relevant for you in your life. And so what's going to happen is I'm going to answer the 3 questions today, and then we're going to do a overall message for singles and couples at the end of the video. Okay, so let's take a look at your first question. Okay, so if you're considering, sorry about my scribbles, what will a relationship be like with this person? So if you have someone in your mind that you are interested in, this is going to tell you what a relationship will be like with them. I'm not sick. I'm scared to clear my throat, that people will be worried that I'm sick or something. Not sick at all. This is normal. Okay, I live, like, I have ocean view. Like, it's kind of funny, ocean view, but it's ocean view. and so it kind of affects my throat a bit. And I've been living in marine climates. I love it. I can't live anywhere else. Okay, 2 of Wands. And then we have Justice, which is Libra. I have to live by water. Water baby. So we have the Moon next. And then we have, these cards sort of came out together, so let's honor them. So what will a relationship be like with this person? I feel as though this person is a key to resolving something that is connected to injustice for you. Something in the past that was, whether you were gaslit or whether there was some other problem that you had in your life, this person, your relationship with this person will help to work out those qualities. There is this definitely a view at some point in this relationship, you will be seeing this relationship mature into old age. So at some point you will see that this in some way is a person with whom you can maintain a very long-term connection. And so this person you see, you know, right from, it feels like really early on you will see synchronicity with this person, but there will be a process of eliminating heaviness or lies you've been told in other relationships. Trust building and those kinds of things will be very important in this relationship. Okay, so now let's take a look at some more cards. Usually I pick 6 cards, but 4 came out like this, so we'll do 7 today. And then we have the 5 of Wands. And then we have the 2 of Cups. This is the love one in my deck. There are 2 of Cups. And then we have 3 of Pentacles. So I have a feeling that this person will work very hard for their success. So this person is not lazy. This person is not, this person does not kind of rest and put work off on somebody else. I have a feeling that at the beginning there may be one or both of you may be expressing apprehension towards the relationship. I think it's because of the previous problems that are preventing you from feeling comfortable in this situation or taking time to let your walls down, let the person in. But I think that there's a very sincere connection. I think that there's a very 2 of Cups, very, very sincere connection between you and this other person that motivates you to challenge yourself, even if you're in the situation that your feelings are very weighed down by past situations. The moon in this spread to me signifies fear. So one or both of you are bringing fear into this relationship, meaning that fear in the past you have gained fear in your life from past relationships. Maybe whatever happened to you was, you know, somehow really out of line or very out of what would be normal, and that caused you to have ample fear towards new relationships. And I think that this will be a relationship, or this relationship will help you resolve those hidden things. And as those hidden things are resolved, then there's like a real bonding that emerges between you and the other person. But at first there is this guard up. You might put them off, or you might turn them down, or they might turn you down, and then you just can't help it anymore. You have to make a connection together. For the longer term, if you're wondering, I think this person's a very hard worker, and I think that they are going to not let you down. And that might be a part of your problem. Sagittarians do attract a lot of lazy people. It's because your persona or your energy is very like light and bright. And so you attract a lot of people who may, you know, have a darker laziness side to it. I'm not saying you're lazy. It's just because you're so easygoing, you might attract lazy people who resonate with you being easygoing, and therefore you have more people like that in your life. So I could see that being a factor, that you want someone who's not gonna screw you around, right? No, you can be easygoing and hardworking at the same time. So will they come back? So if you're in the situation where someone's left or you've left, and you're wondering if they're going to come back into your life, let's take a look at this message. So we have the Judgment card. Big decision was probably already made to a certain extent. There was some kind of decision made or some type of deliberation. 5 of Wands. Okay. And then 8 of, somebody's putting off. They've made a decision about the relationship, but they're putting it off and they're hiding themselves in work. So whoever you're dealing with, I think that they've decided to come back, but I think that they're putting it off. In some cases, it's the opposite. they've decided to separate, and they are putting off letting you know. So if you feel like you're being sort of dragged around, like somebody's not really kind of letting you know black and white, kind of leading you on a little bit, you might want to find out what side. But I do think that for most people, there's a nervousness here about reconnecting. So someone does want to reconnect, but they're very, very nervous about what that entails. Okay, then we have the star, and then we have the moon. Big cards, very positive. Yeah. So I kind of take back, I mean, in some instances, especially if there's a third party situation, like you're with someone who is with another from a different relationship, like they broke up with someone and then hooked up with you, and then they sort of rekindled a relationship. There might be some problems with relationships like that, and that's the moon. But otherwise, we have the 10 of Pentacles here as the outcome. So that really indicates a favorable outcome. So will they come back? Yes. I just think that there's some hidden feelings that they're working out. There's some things underneath the surface that are not necessarily clarified. They're not necessarily so easy to see. And I think that they're really deflecting or putting something to the side while they figure out how to deal with it. I think that they're struggling, the 5 of Wands, with dealing with something. Like, how do you actually address this issue? What do you say when you see each other? How do you explain it? You know, the things, you know, those awkward conversations that couples have when they're trying to reconnect together. But I do think that they're very much, maybe this is to do with the Aquarian full moon that happened at the end of August on the 22nd, right? 24th, 22nd. I'm getting my full moons mixed up, but 24th, right? Or maybe that's the July full moon. Anyway, it was either the 22nd or the 24th. Maybe that's when the decision was made, but maybe there's definitely delays that are caused by hidden feelings, hidden emotions, not telling you the full truth, not telling you the whole story, etc. Okay, so now let's take a look at the last question, and we have, what does your person feel about you? So if you're in a relationship, we're going to see how they feel about you. Okay, so let's see what the messages are. How do they feel about you? Let's see the energy. Okay, so we have the King of Swords. This is a data point for you if you are dealing with someone who's older, or if you're dealing with an air sign. So particularly strong resonance for those situations. Then we have the Two of Cups again, love. How does this, well, especially if you're dealing with an air sign, Gemini, or somebody older, they love you very much. It's a very, and other situations too, don't worry. Then we have the Seven of Cups. There's something there. There's definitely something there that is making those feelings difficult. But that doesn't mean it's a bad situation. It just means that there's something else going on that's complicating the issue for them. If they have, because they're older, if they have kids, it really feels as though maybe one of the children, it has a problem with it. Not necessarily with you, but maybe just a personal problem, or with just relationships in general, or something like that. It feels like someone's in the way, but it does not feel like another partner or another love interest. It feels like clouded confusion of relationships. So their feelings are strong, but there's something that's clouding the issue emotionally. Seven of Pentacles, they think that in the long term it's going to work out. So if they're sitting back and they're not being, this energy really shows me that you might be going through not aloneness or loneliness, but a little bit of aloneness at this time. So it's not necessarily that you're lonely, but aloneness because of the choices of people around you might be a factor. But here yet you're supported and comfortable and whatnot. But there's a sense of aloneness in your reading as well. That doesn't mean single. If you're kind of on the cusp. Don't worry about that. But it's physically alone a little bit at this time. But I feel like this person thinks that in the long term it's going to work out, that there's going to be a positive resolution to things. Let's see the next message. We have the Two of Wands. A change in view, change in perspective, and Three of Pentacles. Okay. So there's something that needs to change at work that one or both of you are waiting on. So maybe one of you is actually, you know, drawn to work or responsible for work in some way, have to take care of work. And so there's a waiting here around externalities. Externalities are like external things that are going on that might get in your way. And then we have the Two of Wands, which is change in perspective. I think that there's a tempering of stress around the situation. There might be a little bit of frustration that things are not necessarily, the timing's not perfect on everything, but I do feel like there's going to be, that energy's going to temper out. And there's going to be an acceptance. If you do work that is of a nature that is very intensive, if you do work or school that requires a lot of your attention, they are going to very much celebrate your work once, you know, the energy settles down. So focus on your work, focus on your school, whatever you're doing, they are going to be your champion. The King of Swords energy is beautiful, whether they're an air sign or any other sign, because the King of Swords can rationally see through circumstances, and they are the best at telling themselves, saying, no, you know, you're maybe upset that they're not available for you at this time, but this is the reason. So they're the best at talking themselves through situations and rise above situations through reason, right? Through explaining to themselves that this is the best path. So I think that at first they may be a little bit on edge with waiting for you. And I presume they're waiting for you. At first they may not understand certain things quite well, but I think in time they're going to be celebrating you and being your champion and your fan. So whatever you're devoting your time to, I think that they'll very much be there, right there for you. So that's the 3 readings I have for you guys. If your situation was not touched upon, there's another love reading in the description in your playlist. But I do have a singles and couples overall love energy. So let's take a look at what's going on. So we have the Chariot is your core energy. There's a lot of references to the Chariot here. Chariot, Cancer, overcoming, persevering, growing above and beyond circumstances. Then we have the Star, which is Aquarius. And then we have the Page of Pentacles, which is Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn. Secondary, also very earthy. So there's definitely a consolidation of circumstances for you. Whether you're in a relationship or not, there's a closing down. Like, this isn't even processing past hurt or past feeling. You're good with whatever has been going on. You've made peace with it. I mean, you're in the space of a lot of happiness. And when you're in that space of genuine happiness and not forcing on yourself anything else, then wonderful circumstances will come out for you. There's a fatedness with this situation, and new financial beginnings, new opportunities, and new directions. Let's see the next message. We have the Queen of Swords, Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra, secondary. I didn't mean to say that, so it might be an air sign. Sagittarius or Aries. Sometimes I slip and I think like that's almost a channeled message, like watch out for air signs in a positive way. 7 of Cups. I feel like you're being doused with a lot of emotions, and through the rest of the year you'll essentially really need to just work your emotions out and settle down a bit with them. So there's just a lot of people wanting your attention. There's a lot of conversations and relationships that you're working out. And so at first they may feel overwhelming. So maybe at the end of September, beginning of October might feel overwhelmed. But I think as we move towards Sagittarius season, then I think that you'll be figuring out where you stand. You've attracted a lot. This is you, Queen of Wands. You've attracted a lot, putting off a certain energy, and now you are filtering through that to figure out what you want. So the King of Swords has a good idea in that previous spread, because like you need to wait and see. You need to wait and see for some things to pan out. If you're single, you might be dating a lot of different people, and certain people might be making offers for you at this time or towards you. And it's going to be really about waiting, see what pans out. You know, whose actions align with their words. I think that that's a huge message for you, is just waiting to see, because I think that you've put off the Sagittarius vibe. So the Queen of Wands is here, and you've put off this bright, shining energy. And when you do that, everybody who has lots of fire in their chart knows it's kind of that scary place you go, because when you really let it shine, the response is huge. I think a fire sign gets that response more than any other sign. And when you turn it on, it's almost like the light and the darkness, everything comes to you. So us who have lots of fire in their charts, I'm a Leo, Sag, strong placements. And so when you turn it on, when you know, really turn on that fire, if there's a particularly strong fire season, which we had in July to August this year with the transits, astrologically speaking, then you get a lot of stuff going on, because like it's almost, you're a catalyst. You become this, and a lot of energies are drawn to you. So many fire signs actually dim their fire because it's just a lot to deal with, right? You know this, I'm talking to you. So so you need to hold this holding back sort of energy. I wasn't paying attention to the cards, they were like this. But like, yeah, so I think that there's a period here of like wait and see sort of energy, wait and see. And then Last Judgment, which is a big decision being made, and then we have the Three of Wands. You know, we finish up this year what it looks like, whether you're single or in a couple, with you waiting. I think personally you'll make a decision about what you want. I think you'll come into realization about what you truly want. But I think you'll be waiting for life to catch up with you a bit into early next year. So, but I think that the end of this year is all about clarity. Figuring out what you want, figuring out what kind of relationship you want, figuring out what is the good stuff, what is the bad stuff that you've received. Page of Cups to me signifies that you've been blessed through the end of the year with many different relationship possibilities. And even if you're within a relationship already, extend that to platonic relationships. There's a lot of people around you milling about. There's a lot of stuff going on. I'm reading when the sun is right at the top of your chart in your natal placements, and for your sun, moon, or rising. And so you've just been the beacon, and now you have to internalize and figure out, you know, like what's what, who's who, and so forth. Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to make the energy real. I hope you have a nice day. Talk to you soon. Take care. Bye. Hi Capricorn, thank you for joining me and welcome to my channel. This is your reading for Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising. My name is Veroosh, and this is your reading for the rest of 2021 in love. Members, you guys are getting this early for being awesome. I hope you guys enjoy it. Okay, so 5 messages for members, for everyone. Sorry, this is a general overview, and then you'll see what I do next. We have the 5 of Swords first. So I think that you're coming to terms with something at this time that's challenging you to really hunker down with someone. I feel like your desire to be with someone is higher, to build some type of relationship, to forgive the past. We have the King of Pentacles, Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. There's a male energy here. This could be yours or someone else. But I think that someone is very grounded and very sure of themselves in a relationship. Then we have number 24. These are not regular tarot cards, but we have some kind of a completion signal. So something bigger than you is happening with this situation or the situations you find yourself in now. And then we have number 1. Again, this is not the Magician. This is called the Child card in this deck. So something new is beginning. I think that it's a detour, from what you were doing until now. And then we have the 4 of Earth. Either you or someone else. Now, in traditional tarot, this is Sun in Capricorn, so this could be some of you. But what this could be representing is that there's someone who's unwilling or inflexible, unwilling to budge. We'll see more with the next reading. So these are just general guidance cards for the next part. So I made these cards for you guys, and each one of them has a different type of relationship question on them, and we'll go through and answer each type of relationship question that comes up. So we'll put 4 cards, 4 questions this time around, and maybe your question will be answered. At the end of the reading, I'm doing a collective for all Capricorns, which means that, you know, whether you're single, taken, whatever, there'll be a message for you at the end as well. So, okay, so first question that we're asking about for the rest of the year. Okay, so if you've become recently single in the last year, let's see if there's a message for you with regard to that. Okay, I have the perfect deck. If you don't know, I have tarot card decks all around here, all around me at this time. Okay, so we're going to pick 6 cards for those of you who have been recently single in the last year. King of Cups, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio is important at this time. We have the 8 of Angels, that's the 8 of Swords. That's Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so maybe a disconnection, not knowing what to do with regard to someone in the past. I think that someone either love bombed you or pretend, like there's this, you know, sometimes when people show you a lot of love, they show you an overabundance of love, but then they fall short of that. The reason some people are habitually good at giving a lot of affection and love without actually backing it up. So I'm getting a little bit of this vibe that you may be confused about your feelings with regard to someone because they showed you so much love and affection, and they don't have to be a water sign, they don't have to be a male, but it confused you because they showed you so much love, they showed you so much compassion. Then we have the 7 of Angels, 7 of Swords, and then we have the Divine Order, which is the Libra energy. And then we have the 6, which is the Lovers or Gemini union. I think that you're moving towards a relationship with this person, the Earth sign person, if you've been single. It looks as though you've been struggling with this past relationship that has left you really upset. And like I said, right away, I could see what happened in that they, in one way or another, love bombed you, that's an extreme of it, or showed you a lot of affection and didn't back it up. They misled you and they left you in this space of confusion because you were interacting with all their advances, all their emotions, all the things that they were showing to you. And you were stuck dealing with it. You were stuck dealing with the consequences. You were stuck dealing with the residual outcomes for this. And I think that, you know, when someone treats us in a disingenuous manner and we're really treating them in a genuine way, it can leave us really confused, not only confused, but with a lot of consequences because we were authentically participating in something that the other person was not. So it really leaves you with scratching your head. You're like, WTF is this? What was this? And so it's been a long recovery period for you. And I think that it's coming to the point that you essentially need to let go of this, the 7 of Angels, for your betterment. I think it's affected your well-being, it's affected your health. And I think that you're coming to terms with the fact that all wasn't what it seemed. And my condolences to you, but the suggestion here is that the King of Hearts was this way because they just do this habitually to get by, right? So they have this way about them that is extremely emotional and emotive, but where they're lacking is like the energy to back it up, the actual actions and behaviors, so that it's easy for them to promise a lot because very often there's nothing that they follow through with. They're the no follow through with guy or girl. And so you were left scratching your head. But I think you're on a mend here. And what I see is the divine order, which is the Libra energy. So it could be a Libra that's important for you, and the Lovers. And so this brings me back to the original card here, which is the King of Pentacles, in which I think you're getting someone who's extremely grounded, and this person is offering to you something. But the question is, I think you'll be resistant. I think that in some way you're going to put the brakes on things and you're not going to be sure. But honestly, you have to trust yourself. You have to make sure to test this person to make sure that they're not another love bomber, that they have genuine intentions, that they're grounded. It looks good from here, but you have to make your own mind up. You have to make sure that this situation is okay. So I think that there's someone coming towards you offering something genuine, offering new beginnings, but you have to make sure that what they're offering is legitimate, right? What they're offering is genuine. Okay. So next message is, what will a relationship be like with the next person, this person? So in other words, put someone in your mind that you're wondering about. This is for those of you who are thinking about a person, thinking about a relationship, and this will give you some insight about what kind of relationship, what will this relationship be like. Okay, so let's take a look at your cards. We have the Hanging Muse, which is the Hanged Man, Neptune energy. And then we have the Strength card, which is Leo. Meow, meow, everyone. Capricorns and Leos really go well together. Knight of Voices, sometimes. Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra, this is the Knight of Swords. And behind him is the Knight of Inspiration. Sag, Leo, or Aries. They got sort of stuck together, so let's keep them together at this time. So it's someone who really likes to go on endeavors and try different things. They're a very energetic person. The Tower is next. Ooh, okay. Tower's not so bad. It can challenge our expectations. It can challenge our way of life. Then we have the World or the Cosmos. Okay. So we have this is Saturn energy, the World card. And we have the Five of Voices, which is Five of Swords. Okay. So I think this person is going to take you somewhere. I think they're going to take you somewhere different than where you are now. This is an adventure-seeking person, and they're exciting. They have a lot of different ideas. They have a lot of different, just a lot of different ways of approaching situations. And I think that they are going to challenge you to change your world when you're with them. Not ultimatum, but I think that they will say, hey, let's go somewhere else. Here's a little bit of a warning, especially for those of you who will travel far to be with this person, or, you know, move very far to be with someone, especially like cross country or to a different country, a different continent. There's a Five of Swords here. I don't think it's necessarily about this person. I feel like this person has skills with regard to adventure. They can go in different places, and they're kind of energetic about that. They feel excited, like they go somewhere far away and they find themselves. They're not so tied to any place, any situation. And I think that they have skills to compensate for this sort of expansive attitude, right? So they can kind of find themselves in different places and find happiness in that. You have to make sure that you're the type of person that finds happiness in those kinds of things too. What I see here is maybe you don't necessarily have the same qualities as they do. So they kind of go off and do their thing when you go move there, and you're going to have a bit of a time trying to find yourself in this new place. So maybe they expect you to in some way kind of figure it out for yourself, but I don't think it's a malicious thing. I think it has to do with the fact that they in some way expect you to have similar skills or approaches to things as they do, and so they may kind of in some way expect you to, you know, just get with the program as quickly as they do, but it's not necessarily the same simple as that for everyone. So you might kind of find yourself having to find your own place in this new place and figure out what it's like, but that might be the challenge that you need. In fact, I think that you've been waiting for this situation for a very long time. So either it's been a long distance relationship for a while, or there's been some kind of a waiting period for this to begin. And I think that maybe what's calling you is a challenging situation. It's a challenge to, you know, overcome certain things within yourself. But I think it's also maybe exactly what you need. It's exactly the change that you need to break the monotony of the past and the comfort of the past situations that you've been in. Okay, that was intense. Challenge. I could see you essentially like being in France, like moving to France. You know, this is not true for most people, but maybe for some people, but this is an example. I literally felt you were in another country like France, and you know, you don't speak French and you're trying to find your place in it, and this person's like, come move here, and they love you, they're showing you the love, but like they're working or they're not there all the time, and you need to find your own place in France, and they kind of expect you to do that, you know. So think about that, whether you can do that or not. Some people are fine with doing those things. Other people are just miserable, you know. Okay, so next card is so if you're in an on again, off again relationship, so it's a hot, cold relationship. Let's pull a romance angel card for that. So keep an open mind. Your soulmate might be different than your usual type and expectation. So I think that to keep an open mind to this relationship, it may not be exactly, you know, how you expect it to be. In other words, keep an open mind to this relationship that goes back and forth. Now, usually we're like, okay, this is not a relationship for us, you know. If it's on again, off again, it might not be the right situation, it might not be the right path. Let's see the next message. We have the King of Swords for this. So this is a person who might just cut things off very quickly as a habit. Knight of Swords, they don't like fighting at all. Maybe neither of you do. So you're both apt to sort of put an end to situation rather than fight about it. You and them both might really feel like fighting is futile. And then we have the Seven of Pentacles. Okay, Seven of Pentacles means like Saturn in Taurus, then the Death card, Scorpio. Yeah, right away we got clarity on this. It's Page of Pentacles, Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. Okay, so give this situation more time. There will be a new job or new type of opportunity that comes up for one or both of you that's going to change the nature, the dynamic of the situation. The environment's going to change in this relationship. There's going to be you're sort of you both kind of like, not kind of like each other. There's a really strong connection here. You're both no-nonsense people, which means that like, if there's fighting or something, you don't think twice about ending a situation in which there's discord, disagreement, or fighting, right? And so I think you pull the trigger, essentially, on relationships that are in bickering mode. Rather than fighting about it, you're just like, I don't want to be a part of this. One or both of you are this way. And you're apt to change and choose new beginnings rather than fighting it out. Not in terms of disagreement, but I mean, once it reaches a certain level, you are this way. And so that's why the relationship is on again, off again, because you in some way are essentially pulling the plug, or they are pulling the plug in a very matter-of-fact way. And I think that you're yet holding on. So both of you, or one of you, are going against yourself in this quality. So you're going against yourself in the sense that, you know, in a different type of relationship, you would essentially, how do I say this? In a different type of relationship, you would, let me clarify. In a different type of relationship, it would be over, but something keeps you coming back for more. Something keeps you in this relationship. And so you keep on sticking around, one or both of you, even though you are very like, I don't want drama, I don't want any nonsense. And I think the changing factor that you need to wait for is there's going to be some kind of offer or change in the environment. One or both of you are going to change jobs. One or both of you are going to move, and that's going to be the thing that changes it. And then you're going to need to decide if this relationship is for you. Until then, stay put. Try to, you know, go easy on the fighting. But there's still some, you know, sometimes when you move, it changes a lot. Sometimes when you move, it changes the nature of the relationship for better or worse. And that's exactly what you're waiting for. And I don't think that you can construct that. I think it's going to happen on its own. And that's going to be the resolution. Okay, so last question for today, and then we'll do a general reading. Okay, so this is a tough one. Is this relationship over? Okay, so let's see cards. I have this strange deck I don't really use often. I actually really like it, but there's some weird things about it. You'll see in a minute, but we can still use it. It's kind of fun. Okay, so it's an out-of-print deck called One World Tarot. Okay, so your first message is the Seven of Water, Seven of Cups. Okay, so we have, see, the strange thing is the associations. So we have Scorpio, Mars, Pluto, Venus. I guess that's right. There's something else about it that I don't remember. We have the Prince of Wands, Sag, Leo, or Aries. Okay. Is this relationship over? Okay, and then we have the Three of Wands, the Sun in Aries, and then we have the Moon, and then we have the Four of Wands, Venus in Aries, and then we have the Mars, Two of Wands, Mars in Aries. Okay. Very fiery energy for you, Capricorn. What were we saying? Leo's really good for Capricorn out there. Okay, so is this relationship over? Well, there's definitely a lot of hidden feelings in this situation about love within a situation, within marriage, within a dynamic between people. There's definitely a lot of things on the line. If there's kids, then there's a lot of guilt associated with the fact that kids are involved in this situation. So that's changing how people feel about it, and it's changing how people approach the situation. I think that there's a lot of desire to have a good family, to have a good situation, to bring positivity. And I think there's a lot of like question marks about this matter. Like there's a lot of things up in the air where you're not sure what to think about it. I think people are going to try again. I think that in one way or another, there's going to be an effort to try to make things work, especially in situations involving children, especially in situations involving like home family energies where it's a little bit closer. I think that there's a lot of guilt that's motivating that. Like we need to, this person is special, this person is important. And so there's this conversation that someone's having with themselves that they really need to make a situation happen, that they need to pull through in a situation, that they shouldn't let it go, that they shouldn't give up, and that good things will come ultimately. But there's been a lot of confusion. There's, you know, Moon with the Seven of Cups can mean lying, deception, not seeing the full truth, not seeing the full reality of the situation, feeling betrayed. There could be adultery, deception in this relationship. But I think that despite the fact that there's so much confusion, there could be allegations of adultery, whether adultery is happening or not. There could be just outright accusations that that's what's happening. But I think that there's a lot of desire to pull through. There's a lot of desire to pull through in this relationship, to make it happen and to try again. And I think especially for those of you who are dealing with family matters, the family energy is really pulling you two together. Okay, so that's your message if you're wondering if this relationship is over, Capricorn. Last but not least, a general message just for everyone to see how things are going to go. Okay, so let's see. Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising. We have the Ten of Cups. Okay. We have the Chariot card. We have the Four of Cups, Moon in Cancer. Wow, this is looking really, really good. I think overall by the end of the year, you're really resolving some personal issues with regard to relationships. You're overcoming a lot of things, or maybe the other person is overcoming things. There's definitely someone is reaching out in good faith, extending like the olive branch, as they say. So extending an olive branch means, you know, reaching out to someone else and trying to in some way bring positivity to them in good faith. Then we have the Ten of Swords, which is Sun in Gemini. Closure with the situation over. Three of Cups, there's a union energy. With this King of Earth, I really felt like there was like a back and forth energy despite what the situation is. You know, maybe deciding what kind of a person you want to be with, or maybe there's someone in your life like this, but there is definitely this sort of like having taken a pause in a relationship, there's a return to something. Then we have the Eight of Cups, which is Saturn in Pisces, moving on from things, moving forward with situations. Eight of Pentacles, Sun in Virgo. Then we have the Nine of Pentacles, which is Sun, Venus in Virgo. And then we have the Nine of Cups, Jupiter in Pisces. Now, Jupiter will enter into Pisces at the end of December. Ten of Wands. There's people working their stuff out for sure. I think there will be a pause in any situations that you're involved in as people figure out their things through the middle part of this time frame. But I think that overall people are making sure that their heart is in the right place, that they've healed their heart, and they're in some way trying to assure that, you know, that they're coming towards relationships in a positive way. There's a strong energy here of reconciliation. There's a strong energy here of overcoming yourself and coming to terms with the past so that better energy can come in. There's also a strong energy of one or both people working really hard. Now, that's not an energy to do with necessarily love, but it's consequential to love. So one or both people are working really hard towards a positive outcome to see the desired effect that they want. There could be a situation in the environment that's not very easy. There could be a lack of money or a lack of stability, and so one or both people might be putting a lot of effort to improve that so that they can have that relationship that they want. And there is that extra level of effort. I think that there's a great love between people here. Now, if you're single and you don't have someone else, you will be supported by the people around you. There's a lot of close friendship, close amicability, close just positivity that people are feeling towards each other. There's a pull between people. towards being together and towards feeling that connection at this time. I have a feeling that there's like a huge, and I'm already doing your September prep, so I already sort of know what's up for you, and that is huge beginnings in love, and then also a lot of focus on work. There's a restructuring that happens in September with you at work, and I'll talk about that more later. But I think that like you're pulling the plug on some things and changing some things around that are not working well for you, so you can get better situations moving forward. So it's like yes, but not yet with regard to these different types of relationships. It's being very picky and selective about when a relationship starts, how a relationship starts, and why, and what are the conditions under which you're willing to enter into a relationship. So it's like I could see two people actually saying, let's take care of our own things for a while until we can really have that stability together, because a lack of, it's like coming to terms with responsibilities and so forth to achieve the things that you want, and you will definitely achieve them. Look at this. There's some really big financial opportunities you don't want to pass up. There's some big financial success. Your goals and your dreams are going to be achieved. So it's like, you know, talking with the other person, if there is another person, and saying, okay, we're going to do this in this way so that it works out. And if you're single, then I think that you're walking away from disappointments in the past and making sure that you're good, especially financially, to achieve the goals that you want. You're like picking up the slack for the consequences that have happened to you and around you in the past, and you're picking up the slack towards, you know, choosing a positive path for yourself, a fulfilling path. Okay, thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You're the second sign I'm reading for, so I hope you enjoy this. I've already kind of in my head modified this, so the next series of readings will be different, but I hope you enjoy it, and thank you for watching. I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye. Hi Aquarius, thank you for joining me and welcome to my channel. It's Veroosh, and this is your reading for love for the rest of the year. I hope that you saw the collective already. If you haven't, there's an extra reading just like this one for everyone. And I'm going to do this just for your sun, moon, and rising. Members are going to get this message first. So I hope you enjoy it. Thank you for being members. So in other words, once in a while, I do a members preview. I don't do them a lot, a few times a year. And basically what they are videos that members get to see first, and then everybody else gets to see later. It's kind of a perk for being a member. It's my way of saying thanks to them, to you guys, and yep, I hope it helps. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to take 5 cards from the Dreams of Gaia Tarot and just get a general overview for your energy. So 3 of Pentacles. You know what's funny? I'm about to go and sow some seeds because I had to pull some stuff from my garden, and I'm about to plant some beets before it gets too late in the season. It's already kind of too late, but I'm hoping things will grow. The next message is the Seneschal, which is the Knight of Pentacles, Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. So definitely beginning something new at this time, Aquarius. Now this is a love reading, so this could be like initial contact with someone. You know, chemistry is flying between you and someone. You might be kind of on the radar for an earth sign, or you're connecting with an earth sign at this time. Then we have the love energy at the center. Yeah, there's definitely a connection between you and someone else. For some of you, this is an earth sign. Of course, it's not for everyone, but there's a physical energy connection between you and someone else. Your heart's growing. I think that things are softening up for you in terms of love and life, and I think that there's a calm pace to this part of the year for you, in which you're kind of making some decisions about your life, and your relationships will complement that. Then we have the youth, some kind of new beginning. some kind of journey ahead that the world is opening up towards for you. And then we have the Ace of Swords, which is some kind of communication. Okay, so I feel as though somebody's going to reach out to you with information, or they want to say something to you. Somebody wants to reach out. So that's definitely coming up for you as well. I think you're beginning some kind of new journey. You're going in a new direction. You're taking a new path. There's a progress. You're going towards something. I thought I heard something, sorry. You're going towards something concrete, like a job or something else. You're moving towards physical or financial achievements through the latter part of the year. There's also this level of chemistry, also finding sure footing between yourself and others towards a path moving forward. So there's definitely like a complementary sort of energy. There's a complementary energy to do with like favorable companionship between you and someone else. Many of you will experience a kind of one-to-one fraternity, love, companionship, friendship, in which both people are sort of moving towards a certain goal, but that goal may be different for each person. It's just the fact that they're both going forward in this direction. In fact, I feel like there's a person who's on a big journey with you, this youth here, and they can be young or old, and I feel like they like this frequency of hard work and ethic, and that's drawing them in towards you. Okay, so that's the general energy. I think you'll sign or communicate something very important at this time also. So this reading works in the sense that I will do 3 separate readings for you. They have 3 different questions. So I'm going to pull the cards now, just randomly. I made these cards so they're a little bit funny, but 3 separate cards. Let's take a look at their messages. So the first card, each card has a question on it, and I will answer it with a reading. So if you have a big crush on someone, let's do a reading for you. Okay, so I'll pull some cards from my deck for that. Let's see. So this is for people who are in a situation where you have a crush on someone. You could be single or taken, but you have feelings for someone. Let's see what's going on. Wheel of Fortune. And then we have the Knight of Wands, Sag, Leo, or Aries. And then we have the Queen of Cups, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. And then we have the Four of Cups. And then we have the Knight of Cups. And finally, last but not least, we have the Four of Pentacles. Okay, so I think that there's a group of people around this situation. So there's a group of friends, maybe workplace, but there's definitely, you know, there's conversations, there's like a little snicker around, like it's not a big deal, but there's like, I think people know that there's some kind of thing, energy between a couple people. And I think there's like light teasing or something like that, like little winks and whatnot from your friends. Nothing malicious and nothing mean-spirited. It is just, you know, they know that something good is going on. What I actually see happening is I think the other person is going to reach out towards you, and for whatever reason, I actually see you taking a step back or being very hard to approach with this energy. So I think that over the next 6 months, things will progress with this person. I think this person will, I don't know if you're shy or what's going on, but I do feel like one person's reaching out to the other person, and I think this is them towards you. And I feel like for whatever reason, you're just like, there's something that you're protecting. There's something that you're guarding. There's something that you're taking care of. I think maybe there's this element of not wanting to be seen, which means that you don't want your feelings exposed. You don't want everyone to know how you feel. You want some privacy in this situation, so you don't necessarily want everyone to know what's going on. But I think the bigger picture is that there is this positive movement for you in this relationship. I also feel like you're trying to figure out if this situation is right for you anyway. So I think that in some way you're taking a look at this situation and you're sort of, how do I say, like assessing whether it's like actually gonna give to you what you need it to, because there could be an attraction, but is this attraction more meaningful? Is this attraction actually something that's worthwhile for you? So I think that one person is either going to go really slow, and I think it's you, or be outright dismissive towards the other person. I think that there's also this kind of energy here where some of you might really like this person a lot, like a lot, and just be very awkward around them. So, you know, not know what to say. I do this all the time. Not know what to say, be shy, or all sorts of different energies. So that might be happening too. But I also feel like there's this Queen of Cups and this Knight of Wands. It really seems as though somebody is like peeking in, trying to understand what's going on, trying to like find out what happened and why, and like trying to figure out like they're trying, people around are trying to poke around in this situation. So I think you're gonna have fun with it. And I think that there's this energy of like, well, I just think you have a lot going on for the rest of the year. I think you have some new beginnings that you're excited about, and I think you're very protective over everything that's happening. I think you're careful that whatever's going on does not disrupt the new things that you have going on in your life, or the directions that you're going. Okay, so let's take a look at the next message or the next question. We have a relationship with a narcissist. Aquarius, no. When I made this card, I was like, I don't know if I should put it in, but I was like, you know what? We have an epidemic of narcissism going on. Let's see if there's a message. So if you're in a relationship with a narcissist, let's see what's going on. Relationship with a narcissist. Well, run, first of all. Don't walk, run. You're in a good energy to step away. I don't know if you are watching my full moon video in Aquarius for August 22nd yet, or if you've seen that, but you're in a lot of energy at this time. There's a lot of energy around you. There's a lot of ability for Aquarius to push forward at this time. There's a lot of energy in your sign, more so than any other year. I would say there hasn't been this much energy in Aquarius since late 1999, 2000, when Uranus was in Aquarius. That transit was really amazing for your sign. If you weren't born yet, then I'm sorry. If you were too young to really enjoy it, that was a really bomb transit, really great. But you know, this is kind of a close second, so enjoy. You know, Saturn's in Aquarius, your ruler Jupiter's in Aquarius. It's no joke. So it's a good energy to start off the rest of the year. The rest of the year is really for Aquarian energy, so I hope you enjoy that. Okay, relationship with a narcissist. The first card I pull is the Three of Swords, so I'm sorry. This person's definitely hurting your feelings and causing you to be alone. That's the Hermit. Let's see what else we have. We have the Four of Cups. So this is breadcrumbing you, you know, giving you little incentives to pull you out of situations. Six of Swords. I have to fix this card. It's the Six of Wands I wrote. And then we have the Knight of Pentacles, Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. Let's see. And the Fool. Well, this is get on with it, like I said. I mean, my advice for you and a narcissist is always going to be leave, right? But I know in certain situations it's tough if you have kids. The Five of Pentacles indicates it's a codependent relationship. Let's pick a romance angel. Just if codependency comes up, it's going to be great. It's going to be a great confirmation. Retreat. It's time to disconnect from the world. Okay. So it's retreat, I think, like pull away from this situation. Let's see what we have. Unrequited love. There's not enough attraction or chemistry to keep this relationship going. So what this represents is, you know, with a narcissist, there's never enough attraction because they don't feel it that way. To them, people are a means to an end. They're not, you know, a part of the equation. So, you know, just be patient with yourself and don't be hard on yourself with this energy. But what I see here is there's a lot of back and forth going on. There's a lot of leaving you high and dry, you know, and then breadcrumbing you with little incentives. But I think that there's something going on here. The Knight of Pentacles looks really solid. And remember, this is the Knight of Pentacles here. So there's some kind of new beginning. Now, this could be a new beginning that you are creating for yourself, like you're starting a business or you're going in some financial direction, or you're moving on to something more solid. So get on with it. Welcome this new person in. I think that if you're wondering if you're in a relationship with a narcissist and you're watching this and you're like, wow, like this is for me. If you feel that with your intuition, then probably this is a sign for you to go. It's a really easy reading because in the sense that like the good answer for dealing with a narcissist is remove yourself as much as possible from that dynamic. But I think there could be like a brother or a sister or a cousin or someone who you know that you're moving on to be around. You know, like maybe moving to a different town to be closer to family. So that you're not so alone. And with that will be a really new beginning. I think what I sense is that there's a real desire to be with other people. There's a real need or a fear of being alone, and rightfully so. Many times that's how narcissists get us, because they isolate you, and then also they prey on the fact that we need other people. We're social beings. And so it becomes a dependency issue where you're being pushed to be by yourself, alienated from others, and the volatility of the relationship keeps you from forming solid bonds and relationships. And then on top of that, they're playing these games with you. So you become sort of trapped because there's no people around you to help you and pull you away from circumstances. But there's definitely this moving on energy, leaving something behind. There's something up ahead, financial success, a person, but there's a new concrete beginning. If you're experiencing this back and forth with them, where you're feeling alone and they just kind of come through with, you know, some minor little gestures that don't really mean anything, use this as a sign to like move on. Saturn and Gemini, okay? So, Saturn and Aquarius. I always get this card wrong. So yeah, be smart, move on, start your new path. This is the right time to do it. The unrequited love is there. They just simply don't reciprocate. They don't feel the same way as we do. Okay? Means to an end. Okay? All right. So, last question for today. And watch for your sun, moon, and rising. So I have a couples message coming up. So if you're in a relationship, all Aquarians are getting couples messages and all this stuff going on. So let's see what's going on for Aquarian couples. And I'm going to do a general reading next, so stay tuned for that. Just a general message for everyone. So couples message is, we have the Priestess. And this is the Muse Tarot, which I think is really beautiful. And then we have the Page of Emotions, Page of Cups, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. And then we have the Page of Materials, Page of Pentacles, Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. And then we have the Two of Materials, Saturn or Jupiter in Capricorn. And then we have the Ten of Materials, which is Mercury in Virgo. That's what I'm reading under. Mercury's just entered Virgo. And then Eight of Cups, Eight of Emotions. Okay, so let's see what's up. If you're in a relationship, I think that you may have kids. If you have kids, they have been a handful. And I think that they have been really getting under your partner's skin. And I think there's been advice by someone to just wait and see because things will get better. And if you're waiting to get through to someone, I think that advice also is there. So you might be waiting to like get the message across to someone, getting them to understand your perspective. I feel like somebody in this relationship has a lot of ambition towards new love opportunities, new financial opportunities. They're very like excited about different things in their life at this time. So they're heightened excitement, and so they're not very present with you. And so you might have felt the desire to step away from this person or step away from this situation because there just seems to be so many distractions. So this person has a lot of new things going on, one of the people in this relationship. And I feel like there's been this encouragement to wait and see. Wait and see until there is like a a better path, a better grounding situation. Wait and see until things calm down for them a bit. I think they're being taken in multiple directions. And so I think that as you have some fundamental conversations, I think that it really feels as though one person in this situation is like going after so many different perspectives, and there's so many different things going on for them that they just can't focus. They've been like off doing this and off doing that, and it's been quite distracting. But I think that they're going to calm down. They're going to lose interest in some of these things. Some of these things are going to get boring for them or not as exciting for them, and I think they'll literally step away. I think that someone in this relationship needs to have a conversation about the pragmatic aspect of how financial things are working. They're not thinking concretely about the consequences of making certain financial decisions at this time. And I think that when they look at where money is in your family or in your relationship, like how I think that some of those anxious behaviors will really calm down. So I think that they're off on a tangent. Somebody's off on a tangent in this relationship, but when they look at the concrete nature of what's going on, they'll calm down. They're trying to fix something that's not broken. Okay, so that's your couple's message. In other words, let them chill out. Aquarius, that's a very Aquarian energy, sitting back and sitting by and watching, you know, people like go off on tangents and being like, okay, if you say so. Okay, so general message for couples and singles for the rest of the year. Let's see what's going on for Aquarian energy. We have the Three of Swords. I like the Three of Swords. It means that in some way you're recognizing a personal need. Then we have the Last Judgment, Pluto. Let's see. Six of Pentacles, Moon in Taurus. Okay. So there's definitely a decision. I think that there's a decision to be generous in a relationship. There's a decision to be generous towards others, to give, to reach out to someone, to build bonds. Look at you, Knight of Pentacles all over the place. There's a Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn that's important for you, or you're beginning something very, very big through this time. The Knight of Pentacles is setting up shop with something. They're starting a business. They're going forward in some financial direction. There's something on the horizon for them. Then we have the Seven of Wands, which is Saturn in Leo, I believe. Okay. I think that somebody's beginning something new. I think it's you. And I think that there's going to be a lot of requirement for you to sort of show up and present yourself well. So stand up for yourself and, you know, define, like stand up for yourself and be strong. Then we have the 8 of Rods in the World, which is Saturn. Saturn's your ruler. This could easily be your card too. And then we have the Hanged Man, which is Neptune. Okay. On the bottom, we have the Tower. Whew, I don't always look at the bottom, but here we go. There's a delay with regard to something in the world, such as moving somewhere, going somewhere. There's going to be delays with regard to that. But that's okay. I think that you're moving forward towards certain goals and towards certain things that you want to make happen. I have a feeling that there's an established trust that's forming between the Queen of Wands and the Knight of Pentacles. The Queen of Wands is very important. It's a bright, shiny person, very optimistic, very happy. And the Knight of Pentacles is someone who's very grounded, very meticulous, like thinking about which way to move forward, trying to figure out what to do with things. For couples, I feel as though it's really an energy of you and your partner figuring out how you are going to move forward to achieve the next thing in your life, where to go forward with things. If you're single, then I think that a person is becoming important for you. And if I were to say anything, I think this is the person around you. They don't have to be an earth sign and they don't have to be a male, but those are just some guiding points. They could be a Scorpio. They could be a Capricorn or Aquarius, Moon in Taurus. This is Mercury in Sagittarius, so it could be Sagittarian energy. But it could be any sign. It's just someone who's getting like very much down to business, very focused on what they're doing and what they're achieving. Somebody is in a very conscious way trying to change their world, and I think it's on the behalf of others, so working together towards a good outcome. I think you want a certain type of change. Some of you want a certain type of change to happen, but it's going to take some time for that to happen. I really am getting that outside factors such as the situation that we're under are going to influence, you know, things for a while. I think that some of the things that, like in terms of progress of things, the direction that you want things to go, I think that it's going to take a while for, you know, if you're making plans, it might be a while before you can make them happen. So there's definitely pauses and delays that are happening for you at this time. But I think you're still moving forward. I think that there's a fundamental shift that Aquarians are going into that are sort of repositioning them with regard to where they're at in life, what kind of circumstances are happening around them. I think that there's also this like on with it attitude. Like, yes, there may have been some hurt feelings in the past, but now you're giving it another shot. You're making a decision to give it another shot, give it another try. And I think that that's true for your relationship, but also true for, you know, your work or something that you're working on. You're putting effort in that direction again. You're giving it another shot. You're trying one more time. So for some of you, this actually does involve travel. Either you or your partner or the person you're interested in will in some way relocate for a period of time. That will delay things. That I think that's a part of the delay. And that travel may have to do with work or may have to do with the things that you need to plan for, some long-term things. Okay? Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to make the energy real. Members, thank you for being members. I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye. Hi Pisces, thank you for joining me and welcome to my channel. It's your reading for love for the rest of the year. My name is Veroosh and this is the second time we're doing this reading. It's the third time I'm doing this reading because the last one I did for you, I didn't record the audio, so it was really good. I don't really remember much of it now, but alas, here we are again. Members, you guys get to see this early, and thank you for waiting. So, oh, lucky you. Look, this message must be for you. We have the Two of Water, Two of Cups as the first card. This is the Dreams of Gaia Tarot. So it is slightly different than regular tarot decks. So I hope you just bear with me. It's a beautiful deck with very gorgeous messages. So right away we see that love is abundant for you at this time, that there's a lot of hope, a deep connection between you and your partner. If you are in a relationship or if you're single, there's a great receptivity towards love and an openness about love from the people around you. Next, we have the Page of Wands, a Sag, a Leo, or an Aries, possibly, or Earth energy, Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn. These are general assumptions. They're not necessarily, you know, guaranteed to be those signs. But what it does signify is a messenger of some kind is coming into your life with an important message about love. They in some way are meant to take you in a new direction and set you on a new path. The next message is the Eight of Earth, or the Seven of Earth, sorry. So this is our central card. And then in this card, what this is signifying is that the outcome of the current events are going to transpire at a later point in time. So you have to use your patience specifically with regard to material, the earth, energy. So anything that you're waiting for an outcome for, take some time with that and bide your time. The next energy is the Queen of Earth, a Virgo, a Taurus, or a Capricorn. Secondary energies in water, Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio. These are just general guides. They're not necessarily those signs. There's a real necessity for you to connect with Virgo energy at this time, which is the polarity for your sign, right? So it's the opposite sign to Pisces. When it's Virgo season, it's about 6 months till your birthday if your sun is in Pisces. And so what this card is talking about is getting in touch with personal boundaries. So if Pisces is the openness of Neptune, right, with very far-reaching boundaries and exploration of yourself in far-reaching ways, being open to different possibilities and not having those boundaries so rigid. The Queen of Pentacles is the Virgo opposite, with very strong fixed boundaries, very sure of what's wrong and what's right and for what reasons. So we have the Queen of Pentacles here reminding you that this is a time in which personal boundaries are important, which may be a challenge to some of you guys as you have that openness about your energy. And then we have the 10, which is a card. This is the 10 of Arcana, but it's not the Wheel of Fortune. This is search and journeying. I don't remember the actual name of this card. This deck does not have the titles on them, but it's essentially looking into the depths of something, seeing the depth or the importance of something. Here, I'll show you guys close up. Seeing something up close, exploring something that's not often explored, taking a look at something a little bit deeper, trying to find the truth in a situation, and trying to look beyond the normal towards something that is spiritual, that is sacred, that is not often shown to the light. If you look at this, when he's looking in this cave, if you look at the cave closely, you can see stars. And so this is like a cosmos peering beyond the veil, peering beyond that which is in front of you towards the sacred. Okay, so these cards represent your general energies for the rest of the year in love, connection with other people, a messenger who's taking you on some kind of new direction, The need to ground yourself and the need to take a look towards medium-term results, waiting for the medium term to come up and give you the outcomes you are seeking. So don't look for immediate gratification. And we have the Queen of Pentacles, which reminds you to watch your boundaries, and you will have very likely some kind of a person, possibly a woman, who shows up in your life to remind you these lessons or help you identify these strengths and build them up, help you to reinforce your personal boundaries, encourage you to make sure that other people are not crossing your boundaries and stepping in on your personal space. And then some kind of journey that you're going into, what it feels like a place that is uncommon, that is sort of outside of the beaten path. Very exciting energy. So I'm doing this reading the second time for everyone because I got excited and I figured out a new way to read that I thought you would find entertaining. So what I'm going to do is pick 3 cards that I've made. I wrote them by hand, so sorry if they're a little scribbly. I'm not one for great penmanship, but they have 3 questions on them that represent 3 different types of relationship status. And so what we're going to do is answer each of these 3 questions, and maybe they apply to you, excuse me. And at the end, I will do a collective message for singles and couples with messages for all, okay? So your first question that we're answering today, it's upside down, but let's see. We have, will this relationship last? So if you are wondering whether or not a relationship that you're involved in will last at this time, let's take a look and see if this energy is meant to last, if it will last, and so forth. So we have the 7 of Pentacles first. Again, this is a very similar card to this card right here, which means waiting for an outcome at a later point in time. Then we have the Queen of Cups, which is your card, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. And then we have the 8 of Pentacles, Sun in Virgo, working towards something. There's definitely a lot of effort that is being put into a relationship here. One person wants to do a lot of communicating, a lot of sharing of the heart, really connecting with the person of their love interest. Then we have the Magician. Somebody wants to initiate change, initiate a step forward, to take a risk possibly. And then we have the Knight of Pentacles, a Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. With all these Earth cards, I wouldn't be surprised if many of you are not interacting with an Earth sign, a Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. And then we have the 3 of Pentacles. While this looks like a lot of effort is being made, or for some of you, I think this reflects that some of you are interacting in an environment that has in part something to do with someone's work. So work is becoming intersectional with your love and your love relationship. And so there's a competing energy for love and attention between work. So somebody might be splitting their attention between work and love and trying to find a place to find common ground. But somebody is here trying to achieve a lot, whether it's within the relationship or within their work. They're really, really trying to work something out to achieve a high status in what they are doing or do some kind of very good work. And everything, it feels like, connected in their life to their ambition, whether it's you or your partner, it feels like it plays second fiddle. It feels like there's a desire from one person to ask the other person to be more present, but there is this massive distraction in a person's life that is in some way pulling them away from the personal relationship. If you are looking for a silver lining, the silver lining looks to be that the outcome is positive with regard to work. So if it is your partner, your husband, or your wife, and they're putting in all this time at work, the silver lining is that they will achieve that which they are seeking. So hopefully this will be good news to you. But this is ending on a message saying big work ahead, success ahead. So however that applies to your love situation, work will dominate and continue to dominate until the end of the year. So that's pretty exciting. So I hope that that's something that you are looking forward to hearing. The next card or the next question is in an on-again, off-again relationship. So if you are in an on-again, off-again relationship, back and forth, Pisces, let's have a look and see what is going on with this relationship. Okay, so your first card is the Ace of Pentacles. Okay, so a new beginning, a new start. I just saw 11:11 on the recording time, so as I pulled this card, so something's very lucky about this relationship. Take that as a good omen. Then we have the Four of Wands, which is Aries, Sun in Aries, excuse me, and then the Two of Swords, Moon in Libra. Okay, so I feel as though things are improving, especially somebody's material or home circumstances are improving a lot. I know myself, when your housing is compromised or when stability in your life is compromised, it's very hard to maintain healthful relationships, right? And especially if it's something that's like very long-winded or not necessarily easily resolved. So whoever is involved in this relationship is attaining more stability in their relationship. There's financial beginnings for one or both of you. One person might be suggesting to the other person to begin something new for a new start. And yet there is some kind of question about which direction to go. Now I find this card interesting because typically the two swords are the exact same like curvature, but here one of the swords is crooked while the other one is straight, but it has like a notch in it. And so I wonder, there's like a straight path and a crooked path. Now I don't know what that means. Maybe that means something to you, but I always think about that when I see this card, that there's two different options with two different sets of possibilities, and then you may not know it, but one has one set of consequences and the other one has another set of consequences. And so you need to still get more familiar with regard to a situation, or there's like a circumstance that's coming up that has a little bit of a lack of clarity to it. There's a lack of being able to see exactly what's going on. Then we have the Seven of Cups, Venus in Scorpio. I'm reading this while Venus is in Scorpio. There's a lack of clarity with regard to circumstances. Then we have the Six of Cups, Sun in Scorpio, which means that love is really abundant in this relationship. And the Ten of Swords. Somebody needs to release something before this relationship can continue. There's a broken heart, there's misplaced emotions, there's clouded emotions in this situation. It's very, very hard to see exactly what's going on. But the Seven of Cups here, I think, indicates in some way that there's something to do between the Two of Swords and the Seven of Cups. It really appears as though there's some kind of disingenuous energy. Something's not quite honest. Now, I'm not saying you or the other person is being dishonest, but there's a factor involved in your relationship that's breeding a little bit of lack of clarity about what's going on. And I feel as though this is exactly what's overshadowing your relationship, because other than that, there's the Four of Wands, which is the marriage card, the Six of Cups, which is the soulmate card, and an Ace of Pentacles. So there's really good energies within this relationship. And this is what may be perpetuating this on-again energy coming back, even though things have been tough. But someone needs to release something. Somebody needs to let go of the past. Someone needs to let go of circumstances that they have experienced before. They just simply need to move on from something. So until that happens, it's going to be tough. Since Venus was sort of mentioned here, I would like to remind you that in December, Venus is going to go retrograde in the sign of Capricorn, and that's going to affect all of our relationships. That's going to be a huge relationship transit, so look forward to that. Okay, so that's what I have to say about that. Now let's take a look at your next question. So your next question is the next 3 weeks. So no matter what your situation is, let's take a look at the next 3 weeks from the time you're watching. I'm filming this in September, but you might be seeing it a little bit later on. Okay, so let's see, Pisces. What is your energy in love for the next 3 weeks? Okay. So I'll pick the next 2 cards since they seem to want to go together. So there's definitely some kind of heartbreak that you have been facing. Mars in Gemini, 6 of Wands, but there's success over that. This is the I'm crying in my room, but in the morning I'm going to dust myself off and carry on sort of energy. And then we have the 2 of Cups. This is the 2 of Cups that represents friendship more than lusty love. So there's a frequency here of friendship, common ground, you know, disappointed but turning towards a friend. You could be some of you may be experiencing disappointment from one person and then turning towards a companion and a friend, towards a new direction. Then we have the 6 of Cups, Sun in Scorpio. There's definitely a protection here towards broken hearts or sad feelings. There's genuine friendships, genuine love. Then we have the Star, which is Aquarius. And then we have the Knight of Cups, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. In this circumstance, it seems as though some of you have hit a low spot emotionally. You have been upset, not sure what to do. Things have been weighing down on you, and there is an almost immediate bounce back from this energy. I think it comes from companions and friends, people on your side. The soulmate energy is coming through strong. For some of you, Aquarian energy might be important. But I feel as though you're definitely somebody stepping in with a kind heart, pulling you out of circumstances. You're not alone, and there's people here to support you and help you through whatever has been troublesome for you. So in the next 3 weeks, I think it's a big healing energy for you, overcoming whatever has caused you so much distress and discomfort in your life. Whatever you've been anxious about, I think is going to be met with a lot of general receptive energy from people around you. You might be receiving an offer from someone. If you're wondering who, if you're single, and if you're wondering who is giving you this offer, there's some indication that a friend or a companion, someone you know, is already thinking about when to suggest this to you, when to make this connection with you. But it's a very strong energy of someone reaching out towards you or wanting to show you love, to show you care, to make you some type of offer. Okay, some of you might be dealing with a Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra, but that's not everyone. That's just a general marker. The more important aspect of this card is that he's offering something to the querent, which is Pisces. There's an overcoming of sadness here. It's almost like a fairy tale ending in which there was some difficulties that had come up, and it's almost like very lucky miracle energy of someone coming in with bountiful, beautiful energy for Pisces. So I hope this makes you happy. I hope that you're happy to hear this. Now let's take a look at the general reading for love, for singles and couples. Let's see. We're going to do a 9-card spread in connection to the cards that we already have on the table. So we have the 9 of Pentacles, Venus in Virgo. There's that Queen of Pentacles again. Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. She's here and here. There's a really strong energy of earth around you, Pisces, for the rest of the year. Then we have the moon. I feel as though you have a relationship with people who that is tenuous, which means that there's some real positives and a strong connection between you and someone else, but there are secrets between you and them that are not easily reconciled. It might not be the end of the story. For those of you who date women, there could be a female around you who has a secret attraction towards you, and those feelings are hidden underneath the moon. The next energy is the Empress. So this is Venus energy, very strong feminine energy, independent woman energy at this time. Connected to this can suggest a personal journey, a desire to go in some type of new direction, explore something new, and there's our new direction right now. Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra, a new idea, something new to explore. This is the springtime energy, and in the northern hemisphere, of course, we are now in autumn, but in the southern hemisphere, we're looking at beautiful spring energy, fresh new start, and new beginnings for those of you who live in the southern hemisphere. But it's true for everybody. It's that spring energy. There comes a day twice a year, once in the spring, once in the autumn, when the sun and the temperature is the same. And so this sunlight and temperature feels, when you're in that day, you don't know whether spring is coming or winter's coming. You have to think about it a little bit, because those 2 days feel the same. They're kind of, it's not like the same amount of light necessarily, or, you know, there's just some similarity between those equinox days that we're under. So it's kind of a new beginning, a fresh start. There's a crispness that's going on. There's a change of seasons, a new beginning. Something new to explore. There could be somebody who's approaching some of you within your energy, or strong within whatever you're doing in your life at this time, and somebody wants to make a connection with you because of it. Then we have the Six of Cups, Sun in Scorpio. Scorpio energy so strong for you. We have both Cancer, Pisces, and Scorpio energy all over your reading. So look to other water signs. If you are dealing with a water sign at this time, because of the astrology, expect those energies to work themselves through or really hit a high point during Scorpio season, specifically and throughout November. So that's going to become very strong, the water energy. October is going to be very depersonalized because there's a lot of air transits that are going on. So unless you have a lot of air in your chart, you're going to be feeling a little bit disconnected from everything. However, when November comes in, I think that you will feel very much in your water element. It's going to be very hard for anybody who doesn't have water in their chart. Okay, so next is the Six of Pentacles, Moon in Taurus, exalted moon. And so we have Venus and then Moon in Taurus. Look at all this abundance. There's a lot of financial and physical abundance around you at this time. And then we have the Four of Cups, Moon in Cancer. Look at all these Cancerian cards. Okay. Again, new offers coming in, fresh new start. Somebody is very abundant. Someone has a lot of resources. Somebody's financially successful. Somebody is stable and healthy. And then we have the Six of Wands, moving on and moving past. I feel as though there's definitely someone reaching out towards you, Pisces, and giving you some kind of offer. We have the energy of Leo here, which is Sun in Leo, of course, which happens in July through August. Personal strength. There's a great attraction that you are experiencing from other people. So maybe someone who's of interest to you is pulled towards you like a magnet at this time. Somebody is really stepping in with help and an offer that changes things. There's a rising up out of circumstances towards going in a new direction. And there's this freshness here. You're supposed to start something new. You're supposed to depart from where you're at and try these new directions. So not a disappointing reading at all. Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to make the energy real. And I'll talk to you soon. Thank you. Bye. Good night.